Chapter 2267. He grabbed with his left hand, and the black light shattered, revealing the item within. Chunzong was slightly surprised. It was a pitch-black token. It had the shape of a crescent moon and emitted an endless, icy aura. This icy aura seemed to be able to freeze everything, including one's soul. The crescent moon token exuded an aura that could freeze one's spiritual soul. There were words on one side and pictures on the other. Chunzong did not recognize the words because they were words from the Middle Ages. When the catastrophe came, many civilizations were destroyed. In the recent ages, they slowly developed their own civilizations. However, Chunzong could make inferences based on the traces. After all, the recent ages continued to the Middle Ages and did not completely break away. They evolved again on the basis of the Middle Ages. As such, the characters of the Middle Era were somewhat similar to the characters of the recent era. God of the Underworld. Token. Chunzong stared at the three words and identified them. His mind spun quickly. Chunzong's mind was very fast, and his brain capacity was shocking. However, because he had read many books and stored a lot of knowledge, some information could not be recalled in an instant. He had to think for a while. The God of the Underworld token was related to the God of the Underworld Palace. If the God of the Underworld Palace appeared, one would need the God of the Underworld token to enter. In short, the God of the Underworld token was the proof to enter the God of the Underworld Palace. The God of the Underworld Palace was of a higher level than the King of the Underworld Palace. Of course, the God of the Underworld Palace was more mysterious than the King of the Underworld Palace. Entering the God of the Underworld Palace also meant greater opportunities. Sir, we found the King of the Underworld Palace first. Give me some face and give me the token. Prince Ming of the Ice Dragon Path of the Ice Saint Palace, owes you a favor. If you have any trouble in the future, you can come to the Ice Saint Palace to find me. The 4-star young man's hand missed. His eyes were gloomy as he stared at Chunzong. His tone was sharp and cold. It sounded like a request, but his tone was very strong, like an order. Chunzong glanced at him and put the God of the Underworld token into the 9 heavenly rings. He turned and was about to leave. The King of the Underworld Palace was worthless. As for the so-called secret of the Ice Dragon Path of the Ice Saint Palace, it was nothing. He was just a 4-star. If the other party dared to make a move, then he would just kill him. However, Chunzong wouldn't take the initiative to kill him if he didn't make a move. Wang Ziming's hands were trembling, and wisps of icy energy were gathering in his hands. His eyes were extremely cold as he stared at Chunzong's back. There were several times when he wanted to attack, but he didn't dare. This was because the sword light from earlier was still flashing through his mind. The dazzling sword light had directly killed the underworld beast. The power of the sword light was estimated to be at the 5-star level. It was a power that he could not resist. When I break through to the mid-level of the Yuanming stage, my fighting strength will definitely reach the 5-star level. When the time comes, I will look for you. Wang Ziming muttered to himself before dispersing the frosty aura in his hand. This trip to the Nether King Palace could be considered a waste of time. However, in this world, there was no way things would go according to one's wishes every time. If one could see through this, they would be able to deal with it calmly. The Sacred Ice Palace? A top-tier celestial domain-level force. Chunzong muttered to himself as this thought flashed across his mind. However, he couldn't find the Nether King Palace and could only wait for it to descend. In other words, he could only rely on his luck. However, it didn't matter. The ancient Netherworld ruins were huge and had yet to be fully explored. It had to be known that tens of thousands of years had passed since the birth of the late Antiquity era. This was enough to show how huge and mysterious the ancient Netherworld ruins were. Chunzong walked through the ancient Netherworld ruins alone with a sword, constantly looking for opportunities. A huge black stone tablet towered over the ground. It was 1,000 meters tall and incomparably majestic. The aura it exuded was extremely tyrannical and frightening. This was the aura that belonged to the Nether King. Chunzong's eyes flickered with a faint light as he stared at the jet-black, gigantic stone tablet. The surface of the tablet was filled with words, and they were all extremely unique and mysterious. Even with Chunzong's knowledge, he couldn't understand what these characters were. Or rather, they weren't characters, but something similar to runes. Ancient Netherworld Tablet. This was the ancient Netherworld Tablet in the ancient Netherworld ruins. It was one of the mysteries of the ancient Netherworld ruins. Chunzong stood in front of the ancient Netherworld Tablet as he stared at the runes on it. He removed all distracting thoughts and started to comprehend it. Activate the 3 intents of heart. First, he paid attention to the outside world to avoid being attacked. Second, he focused on comprehending it. In the beginning, he didn't have any clue as he couldn't understand it. But gradually, Chunzong was attracted by it. Even if he couldn't understand it, he was able to comprehend a trace of its mysteries. Bit by bit, it was as if he was peeling silk from a cocoon, slowly going deeper. As time passed, there seemed to be strands of cold aura condensing around Chunzong's body. Then, it condensed into palm-sized runes that corresponded with the runes on the ancient Netherworld tablet, emitting a faint light. The primordial sword origin technique started to circulate naturally within his body. Now, Chunzong had already deduced the primordial sword origin technique to the 13th level. The primordial sword origin that was condensed was incomparably pure, and its power was extremely terrifying. Among those at the same cultivation level, there might be those who could compare to Chunzong in terms of pure cultivation power, but there were very, very few of them. At least until now, Chunzong hadn't encountered anyone like that. But now, the circulation of the 13th level of the primordial sword origin technique was actually moving towards an even more complicated and mysterious path. It was slowly changing under the mysterious influence of the outside world. At the same time, the remnant power of the world's sacred tree was also being stimulated bit by bit, fusing into the primordial sword origin technique and the world's sacred body. Upgrade. It was all gradually upgrading. Chunzong's qi cultivation had already reached the peak of the initial level of the Yuanming realm, while his body-tempering realm cultivation had reached the peak of the initial level of the greater divine body realm, which was the same as the qi cultivation realm. Chunzong paid great attention to this, because this was the only way he could truly unleash the Lingwu Supreme technique to the extreme and increase his own combat power. Now, the remnant power of the world's sacred tree that had fused into his body was being stimulated bit by bit, truly transforming into his own cultivation power. At the same time, the mysteries of the Heart Sword Path and the World Great Path were also being comprehended bit by bit. The circulation path of the primordial sword origin technique was becoming increasingly complicated. At the same time, it was also becoming increasingly mysterious as it sketched out a sword diagram. The runes on the ancient Netherworld tablet lit up one by one before extinguishing one by one. It became dark and gloomy, as if it had lost its power. On the other hand, the runes revolving around Chunzong continued to increase. In the end, the runes connected with each other and turned into rune ribbons that revolved around Chunzong's body. They became denser and denser, wrapping around Chunzong like a cocoon, turning Chunzong into a black cocoon that was filled with runes. Every rune was flickering with radiance. The ancient Netherworld tablet in the ancient Netherworld ruins was not inferior to the mysteries of the ancient Netherworld tree and the Nether King Palace. In fact, it was very direct. The true mystery lay in the inscriptions on the ancient Netherworld tablet. However, finding the ancient Netherworld tablet didn't mean that one could comprehend the inscriptions on the tablet. Firstly, one wouldn't be able to understand the inscriptions. After all, it was a civilization that had been separated by a small epoch and hadn't been passed down. Therefore, the only way to comprehend the inscriptions was to empty one's mind and focus on the inscriptions on the tablet. Then, one would have to rely on one's spirit and perception to resonate with it. Therefore, most of the people who found the ancient Netherworld tablet could only look at it. They couldn't comprehend it and wouldn't be able to benefit from it. Chunzong was an exception. With his powerful spirit and perception, Chunzong was able to enter the state of comprehension and benefit from it. Once the ancient Netherworld tablet was comprehended, the power of the inscriptions on the tablet would disappear for a period of time and slowly recover. It would only reappear after it had completely recovered. Inside the big cocoon that was formed by the black runes, Chunzong's cultivation technique was breaking through. His cultivation base was breaking through. His great Tao energy was also breaking through. The big black cocoon trembled along with Chunzong's energy fluctuation. It was like a huge black heart that was constantly beating. In the ancient Netherworld ruins, the passage of time was difficult to perceive. This was the common point of many ruins. Unless there was a treasure that could accurately detect time, otherwise, the concept of time would become very vague. Inside the big black cocoon, Chunzong's eyes suddenly shot out a sharp light. It was like a sharp sword that pierced through the air. It directly pierced through the big black cocoon and tore it apart. The sword light shot out and directly cut the big black cocoon into two. Chunzong's figure then stepped out. A tyrannical aura was surging within Chunzong's body as if it was going to break out of his body. However, it was firmly grasped by Chunzong. It was like an evil dragon that wanted to stir up trouble but was firmly suppressed and subdued. It could not struggle. The aura also gradually weakened and finally became restrained. Chunzong's finger was like a sword and gently drew across the void in front of him. A wisp of sword origin condensed at the tip of his finger. It was as if it was cutting the void, leaving a mark. Of course, it was not really cutting. The strength of the space here was shocking. The sword finger was like a brush that drew across the void, leaving a mark like a piece of paper. It seemed like nothing much, but Chunzong could accurately feel that the power of the primordial sword origin was getting more and more shocking. The 14th level. With the help of the mysterious ancient Netherworld tablet, Chunzong's primordial sword origin technique had successfully broken through to the 14th level. Not only had the quantity of sword origin doubled, but so had the quality. It had become purer and more powerful. The second point was his cultivation. His qi cultivation had broken through to the mid-level of the Yuanming realm, and his body-tempering cultivation had broken through to the mid-level of the divine body echelon. This had also increased his combat strength. The third point was the improvement of the Heart Sword path and the Great Path of the world. He had peered into more mysteries and grasped more power of the Great Path. Martial arts, cultivation, and Great Path. These three breakthroughs had brought about an all-round improvement to Chunzong. His combat strength had soared. Chunzong estimated that his strongest combat strength could now surpass the 6-star level and reach the 7-star level. Chapter 2268. There were many mysteries in the ancient Netherworld ruins, but there were also many dangers. Opportunities and crises often depended on each other. The most common danger in the ancient Hadean ruins was the Nether Beast. The Nether Beasts had been cleared out in the periphery of the ruins because many people had entered. When one went deeper, one would encounter the Nether Beast. Naturally, the deeper one went, the stronger the Nether Beast. The Nether Beast had different appearances, but overall, it was similar to many demonic beasts in the late ancient era. The only difference was the nature of its power. The power that the Nether Beast had was the Nether power. It was a kind of power in the Middle Ancient era. It was very powerful and not easy to fight against. In comparison, the Nether power was stronger than the Qi cultivation stage at the same level of cultivation. Only the power of a true genius could fight against it. Otherwise, one could only consume more power to resist the invasion of the Nether power. In the late Antiquity era, there were also cultivation methods and sects that cultivated the power of the dark attribute. However, the power of the late Antiquity era and the power of the Middle Antiquity era were separated by a small era, so there were still differences. The Nether Beast was surrounded by a grayish-black aura. It swayed like smoke as if it was going to soar into the sky. However, it was attached to its huge body and burned like a flame. In front of Chunzong, there was a Nether Beast a few thousand meters away. It was a huge black python that was 100 meters long. With a roar, the black python's huge body suddenly swayed. It charged at Chunzong at an astonishing speed. When it was a few hundred meters away, The black python opened its mouth and spat out a ball of black light. It moved at an astonishing speed and emitted a cold stench. It was a venom that contained the nether power. Chunzong did not dodge. He did not even draw his sword. He used his fingers as a sword and gently drew from the bottom to the top. A flash of sword light suddenly shone and tore the sky apart. It carried the amazing sharpness of the Taichu sword spirit and seemed to split the sky into two. Silently, the ball of venom was also split by the sword light. Under the vibration of the sword light, a mysterious force directly split the venom into two. It flew past Chunzong on both sides and landed on the ground with a thud. A sizzling sound was heard. Wisps of grayish-green smoke curled up, and two holes were corroded in the ground. At the same time, the sword light also attacked the python nether beast. It could not dodge and was directly hit. The grayish-black smoke on its body was instantly split. However, the sword light did not really injure the python nether beast. The python nether beast power was level. The nether beasts. Level nether beasts were at the Yuan demon realm or the great success divine body realm. The sword light only caused slight injuries to the python nether beast, but it also infuriated it. The infuriated Jiao python underworld beast speed sword. It flew over like a bolt of black lightning. It swung its thick tail across the sky, carrying a terrifying force that seemed to be able to shatter mountains. Waves of black wind whistled, transforming into a hurricane that swept over. This blow was so powerful that it could destroy mountains. Chunzong's expression changed. Even if his great success divine body had broken through to the great success divine body realm, and his physique refinement realm combat power had greatly increased, he would definitely not feel good if he was hit directly. Of course, Chunzong would not stupidly take this blow head-on. He was not an absolute physique refinement realm cultivator. He was not a cultivator who focused on physique refinement realm. Just as the giant tail swept with a terrifying force, Chunzong's figure flashed and turned into a sword light. He disappeared into the void and caused the giant tail to miss. In the next moment, the sword light rushed out of the void and swept past the black python, nether beast like lightning. That sword light was extremely sharp, and the grayish-black fog was unable to resist it at all. In an instant, it was split open, and even the python's tyrannical body was split open. However, the python underworld beast did not die. It was only severely injured. There was no blood spurting out from the place where the sword light tore through. There were only wisps of black smoke that constantly shot out. Instant space, sword evasion. Just now, Chunzong directly used instant space sword escape. Not only did he avoid the sweeping tail attack of the flood python nether beast, but he also turned into a sword light and launched a sharp and shocking attack, injuring the flood python nether beast. The injured Jiao python nether beast was instantly enraged and went berserk. A large amount of grayish-black mist constantly sprayed out and shrouded the surroundings. Its scarlet eyes flickered like lanterns, burning incessantly. The enraged flood python nether beast became even more terrifying. What welcomed it was a sword light, an extremely dazzling sword light. Sword technique, fourth sword. A 5-kilometer sword Dao domain was integrated into this sword. The mid-level Yuan Ming cultivation base, the power of the Heart Sword Dao, and the power of the 14th level of the Genesis Sword Origin technique directly made the power of this sword reach the top 6-star level. It was more difficult to improve one's combat strength as one progressed. Even so, Chunzong's Qi cultivation base had also broken through to the top 6-star level, which was equivalent to the combination of the Lingwu Supreme Technique and the Heart Flame Secret Technique. The three breakthroughs in the cultivation base, and power of the Great Path had a great impact on one's combat strength. It was a direct qualitative improvement. However, it was still not enough to kill a 6-star underworld beast with instant space sword escape. At least, it was not enough to kill it in one blow. So, it was time to draw the sword. The Extreme Heart Phaseless sword was unsheathed. As Chunzong continued to improve, The power of the Extreme Heart Phaseless Sword was also constantly improving. He raised the sword to his eyebrows and stood still like a tree, swaying in the storm. It was also like a mountain towering on the ground, unmoving no matter how the wind blew. In the next moment, the sword light suddenly flashed like the first ray of light at the beginning of the void. It was the Genesis sword light. A sword and a ray of light slashed across the void and flew past silently. The violent wind was cut open, and the fluctuating grayish-black smoke that was like burning flames was also cut open in an instant. This sword light was sharp to the extreme, and there was nothing it could not cut through. Although the Python underworld beast was very strong, it still couldn't withstand the slash of this sword. Kill! It was cut in half by the sword. The underworld beast fell to the ground with a loud rumble, causing the earth to shake. Even though its 100-meter-long body had been cut in half, it was still dozens of meters long. Its huge body was astonishingly heavy. Surrounded by the sword light, Chunzong took out a huge black block the size of a human head. It was a regular polyhedron, like a matte crystal. It was filled with traces of cold aura, very vigorous and astonishing. This was the dark nucleus, the core of the underworld beast's power. It was the hub and source of the underworld beast's power. To a certain extent, the dark nucleus was a treasure, but it was useless to ordinary cultivators. At least, Chunzong couldn't use it, but he still kept it. Maybe it would come in handy someday. After returning the sword to the scabbard and keeping the dark nucleus, Chunzong continued to move forward. There were many mysteries in the ancient netherworld ruins. Whether one could find them or not depended on one's luck. In addition, it also depended on one's own efforts. If one didn't want to move and waited for the mysteries to come to him, it was simply an extravagant hope. Outside the ancient netherworld ruins, in the huge dark vortex, there was a snow-white flying boat with a phoenix wing pattern on it. It looked very lifelike. The whole flying boat looked magnificent and exquisite. In front of the dark vortex, the flying boat with a white phoenix carving stopped. Immediately, a few figures appeared. Each figure was wearing a white robe with the same white phoenix pattern on it. Although they were all white, the phoenix pattern wasn't covered. Instead, it was very eye-catching. There were a total of 3 figures, and all of them were women. Young and beautiful women, but the aura emitting from them wasn't weak. They were all in the path manipulation realm. Senior Sister Bai, this time, we'll have to rely on you. One of the 3, a baby-faced woman, said to the woman with thin lips and long eyes, I just entered the ancient netherworld ruins one more time than all of you. Bai Songdai smiled and seemed to be a little proud. Last time, it was a senior brother from the Ice Dragon Path who brought me in. Wow, is it senior brother Ao Shenwang? The baby-faced woman exclaimed. Yes, it's senior brother Ao Shenwang. Bai Songdai seemed to want to hide it, but she couldn't hide the pride in her heart. Hearing her affirmation, the baby-faced woman seemed to be even more envious. She tugged at the third woman's robe. Junior Sister Yu, Senior Sister Bai's luck is really good. That's senior brother Ao Shenwang. Junior Sister Yu was wearing a white robe and carrying a long sword on her back. She looked demure and elegant, like a lotus flower in a quiet and deep pool. Hearing the baby-faced woman's words, she smiled slightly, like a lotus flower quietly blooming. Senior Sister Bai's luck has always been good. It's my first time entering the ancient netherworld ruins. I'll have to trouble you, Senior Sister Bai. Junior Sister Yu, you're a strong competitor for our Ice Phoenix Path's preparatory Tao disciple. It's my honor to be able to serve you. Bai Songdai smiled and said with some flattery. Last time, senior brother Ao even asked me about Junior Sister Yu. It couldn't be helped. In the Ice Phoenix Path, although she was a senior sister, it was only because she entered the sect earlier. In terms of talent and potential, she couldn't compare to Junior Sister Yu. So now, she was a direct disciple of the Ice Phoenix Path. However, other than being a direct disciple, this Junior Sister Yu also obtained the qualifications to compete for the preparatory Tao disciple position. Once she became a preparatory Tao disciple, it meant that she could compete for the position of Tao disciple. Once she became a Tao disciple, her position in the Ice Phoenix Path and even in the Sacred Ice Palace would rise accordingly. She might even surpass a group of elders. In the Ice Phoenix Path, the other senior and junior sisters have astonishing talent and potential. It's still unknown whether I can become a preparatory Tao disciple. Junior sister, you said with a smile. The three of them didn't stay still and chat. Instead, they flew into the dark gray whirlpool while talking. In the next breath, the three figures entered the center of the dark gray whirlpool at the same time. Once they entered, they disappeared as if they were swallowed. Not long after, at the edge of the ancient Netherworld ruins, three white figures appeared in an enormous 10,000-meter long whirlpool. They floated and landed on the ground of the ruins. Chapter 2269. A huge ancient tree that was over 1,000 meters tall stood before him, swaying with the cold underworld wind. Its huge leaves swayed in the wind, making rustling sounds that grew louder and louder. As the wide leaves swayed, fist-sized fruits were revealed. Sky Underworld fruit. These were the fruits of the Sky Underworld ancient tree. Judging from their color, they were no longer green, but had turned completely black. When they turned completely black, it meant that the Sky Underworld fruit had ripened. The Sky Underworld fruit on the Sky Underworld ancient tree was in the process of ripening. Shunzong recalled that he shouldn't have to wait too long. Since that was the case, he would just wait here for a while. He would pick them when they ripened. If he could take all of them, it would be pretty good. Shunzong knew that when the Sky Underworld fruit ripened, it would release a unique fragrance that would attract underworld beasts and even cultivators. The Sky Underworld fruit was effective for Tao Manipulation Realm cultivators, Yuan Underworld Realm cultivators, and even Divinity Realm cultivators. It could develop one's potential. The only difference was the strength of the effect. The effect of the Sky Underworld fruit was very strong for Tao Manipulation Realm cultivators. It wasn't weak for Yuan Underworld Realm cultivators, but it was weaker for Divinity Realm cultivators. Even if it was weaker, it was still effective. Furthermore, the Sky Underworld fruit could be consumed multiple times. As long as it was consumed, it would take effect. Compared to cultivating by oneself, the efficiency would naturally be higher. Therefore, Divinity Realm cultivators favored it very much. Sitting on the Sky Underworld ancient tree, Chunzong's body was covered by the dense leaves. There were dozens of Sky Underworld fruits around Chunzong. There were also many Sky Underworld fruits further away. There were hundreds of them in total. Once they ripened, he would be able to harvest the dozens of fruits around him at the fastest speed. As for the other fruits, he would harvest them if he could and give them up if he couldn't. Of course, that was under the circumstance of a powerful force that he couldn't resist. The way to choose. Taking and giving was the way to survive. Many people often died because of their greed. Sometimes, there would always be people who couldn't distinguish between stubbornness and greed. It was often easy to confuse the two and make a big mistake. As time passed, the color of the fruit changed, becoming deeper and deeper. In the end, it turned pure black, as if it had absorbed all the light in the surroundings. Wisps of a unique cold aura also spread out, quickly drifting away with the cold wind of the underworld. You've matured. Chunzong's eyes widened, and he instantly attacked. His fingers slashed out like a sword, and the sword light was like a bright silk thread. As it circled around him, it quickly cut off the roots of the Tianming fruits around him. His other hand grabbed at the air, and the Tianming fruits immediately flew into his hand. The moment Chunzong collected the Tianming fruits around him, an extremely high-pitched screech swept over from a distance. Chunzong could not help but tremble as if his soul had been pierced. Chunzong's expression changed as a strong sense of danger erupted from the depths of his heart. This sound was not a human's, but the sound of an underworld beast. Moreover, the fact that it could make his scalp tingle in an instant meant that this underworld beast was very, very strong. It was either a top mid-level underworld beast or a high-level underworld beast. Whether it was a top mid-level underworld beast or a high-level underworld beast, it was not something that he could contend with right now. After all, his contracted god had not yet awakened and had only given him the power of a second mind. Although it could increase his endurance in battle, it could not increase his battle strength. With a flash of sword light, Chenzong did not hesitate to cut off the roots of the Tianming fruits again. He quickly collected them and used the instant space sword technique. In an instant, Chenzong turned into a beam of sword light and flew out of the Tianming ancient tree. The sword light cut off some of the roots along the way, and before the Tianming fruits fell, Chenzong collected them one by one. The moment Chenzong flew out of the Tianming ancient tree, a huge shadow descended from the sky. It was a giant eagle, a pitch-black underworld beast that seemed to be burning with a grayish-black underworld fire. The aura it exuded was extremely strong and terrifying. It was obviously a high-level underworld beast, equivalent to the transcendent realm. Chenzong could feel an amazing power fluctuation coming from it, as if the void was about to collapse. The amazing pressure made Chenzong feel like he was about to be crushed. The essence of the underworld beast's underworld power was very strong, and the underworld power of a high-level underworld beast was even more terrifying. In the face of such power, all of his power was unable to resist. Fortunately, Chenzong reacted quickly and withdrew in time. Otherwise, he would have been in big trouble. Then, in another direction, the earth trembled and made an amazing sound of vibration. There was a rumbling sound, as if a giant beast was rapidly approaching. At first glance, Chenzong's sharp eyes could vaguely see the figure of that giant beast. It looked like an earth dragon, which was also a nether beast. It was a high-level nether beast that was hundreds of meters long, and it was running at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the earth dragon rushed to the side of the Tianming ancient tree, opened its mouth, and bit at it directly. There were hundreds of Tianming fruits on the Tianming ancient tree. Chenzong took away only a little more than 100 fruits, which was only a small part of it. The rest of the fruits were snatched by the two high-level underworld beasts. The 1,000-meter-tall Tianming ancient tree was nothing in front of the two high-level underworld beasts. In just a few breaths' time, it was destroyed. The Tianming fruits on the tree were also devoured by the two high-level underworld beasts, along with many branches and leaves. Fortunately, Chenzong had already escaped. Otherwise, he would not have been able to withstand a single bite and would have died. After the two underworld beasts ate the Tianming fruits, they roared and screamed at each other a few times, but there was no conflict. Chenzong, who was watching from a distance, could not help but feel a little disappointed. Otherwise, he would have waited until the two high-level underworld beasts were injured before killing them to obtain two high-level underworld nuclei. The Tianming fruit can't be brought out of the ancient netherworld ruins directly. If you want to bring it out, it must be nourished with underworld energy so that it will not lose its effect. Chenzong thought. Chenzong was not sure about the effect of the Tianming fruit to develop one's potential, but he could try. As for the ancient netherworld ruins, it was full of strong underworld energy, so there was no need to worry about the loss of the Tianming fruit's power. However, if he left the ancient netherworld ruins, he would need underworld energy to nourish himself. The underworld nuclei would be a good source of underworld energy. After all, he could not stay in the ancient netherworld ruins forever. After all, the ancient netherworld ruins was located in a different space-time. It was different from the current void. The remnant of underworld energy was from the Middle Ages. Other than the original life forms in the ancient netherworld ruins, other foreign life forms would be eroded by the underworld energy. This kind of erosion was very slow. However, the lower the cultivation, the more obvious the erosion would be. The deeper one went, the more obvious the erosion would be. As for the length of time one could withstand the erosion of underworld energy, it was related to the individual. For the same cultivation, some people could withstand it for a longer time, while some could withstand it for a shorter time. There was no fixed number. Therefore, it was hard to say how long one could withstand it. When one began to feel that one's power had become impure and his strength was affected, it meant that the erosion of underworld energy had reached a certain level. It was considered a mild pollution. At that time, one would have to take the opportunity to escape and quickly leave the ancient netherworld ruins. As long as one left the ancient netherworld ruins, the erosion of underworld energy on one's body would dissipate in the void. If one began to feel discomfort in one's body and could not tell where the discomfort was, it would be considered a moderate pollution. If one did not leave now, it would be too late. Once it developed to a severe level, it would be difficult to leave the ancient netherworld ruins, and one could only sink in there. One thing was certain. The higher one's cultivation was, and the purer one's power was, the more effective it would be to resist the erosion of underworld energy, and the longer one could withstand it. At least until now, Chunzong did not feel any signs of being eroded by underworld energy. This was also because Chunzong's cultivation was not low, and the purity of his power was far superior to others of the same level. He took out a Tianming fruit. It was the size of a fist and could not be eaten in one bite. Thus, he ate it in several bites. The taste was not good. It was a little spicy and a little cold, but it was not bad. After all, the void was vast, and there were many strange things. There were all kinds of flavors. When Chunzong was roaming the void, he had tasted all kinds of flavors. This was not a big deal. After Chunzong chewed the Tianming fruit and swallowed it, it turned into wisps of spicy, cold air that quickly spread throughout his body. As the air spread, Chunzong felt as if something in his body had been stimulated and become active. This feeling was similar to the feeling of breaking through a major realm. For example, the feeling of breaking through from the Tao manipulation realm to the Yuan underworld realm for a period of time. The body seemed to be in a state full of vitality, which was the feeling of being stimulated and becoming more active than usual. Of course, the potential stimulated by the Tianming fruit was far inferior to breaking through from the Tao manipulation realm to the Yuan underworld realm. The potential stimulated by this Tianming fruit was about 1/10,000th of the potential stimulated by the Tao manipulation realm to the Yuan underworld realm. Without hesitation, Chunzong immediately took out a second Tianming fruit and ate it. According to the records in the ancient records, the effects of the Tianming fruit could be stacked. The results delighted Chunzong. The effects of the Tianming fruit could indeed be stacked. The potential stimulated by one Tianming fruit was equivalent to 1/10,000th of the potential stimulated by the Tao manipulation realm to the Yuan underworld realm. In that case, two Tianming fruits were equivalent to 2/10,000ths. If there was no limit, then the effect could reach 100th if 100 Tianming fruits were consumed quickly. Under such circumstances, the body's potential would be active, and the efficiency of cultivation and comprehension would be much higher than usual. It would be more than 10 times higher. The stimulated potential of the Tianming fruit was different from the stimulated potential of a major realm breakthrough. The stimulated potential of a major realm breakthrough had a time limit. When the time limit was up, the potential would fall into a dormant state if it was not converted into one's strength. Chapter 2270. You have the smell of the heavenly underworld fruit. In front of Chunzong, there was a gray figure floating 3 feet above the ground. The gray mist shrouded the figure, making it difficult for people to see his body clearly. The strong, cold nether power kept spreading out. This guy suddenly approached from a distance and appeared in front of Chunzong. That was the first sentence he said. His eyes were covered by the gray mist and couldn't be seen clearly. However, Chunzong could feel his gaze. He was sure that this person was a human. In other words, this gray figure used to be a human, but now he was not a pure human, but a nether dweller. The so-called nether dweller sounded like a race, but it was not the case here. This was a human cultivator who was severely eroded by the nether power after entering the ancient netherworld ruins for various reasons. Not only did he not die, but his power was completely transformed in a nether power. "I've finished eating," Chunzong responded slowly. He had indeed eaten more than 100 heavenly underworld fruits, which stimulated part of his potential. He was in an active state, which was more beneficial to his cultivation. "It doesn't matter. The power of the heavenly underworld fruit in your body has not been completely refined. The moment his gloomy voice fell, the nether dweller attacked. His claw swiped through the air, and the gray claw enlarged. It grew as if it was facing the wind, and it turned into a dark gray sky that enveloped Su Ming. That claw seemed to have turned into a cage, trying to trap Qinzong. The nether dweller acted quickly and silently, instantly sealing Qinzong's surroundings. The sword light flashed and slashed out. When the sword light touched the gray nether power, Qinzong could clearly feel that the sword light was being eroded and disappeared at an astonishing speed. However, the gray light was also torn apart by the sword light. Great World Sword Technique, Boundless Earth. The second sword was slashed out. The sword light unfolded like a scroll, and a vast earth was unfolded. There were bursts of rumbling sounds, as if it was shaking. Under the coverage of the 6,000-meter wide world domain, the earth power of the ancient netherworld ruins was drawn in. The vast earth was no longer yellowish-brown like before, but a kind of almost dim grayish-black, just like the earth of the ancient netherworld ruins. The dark dweller was directly suppressed, unable to move. However, in the next moment, the dark chi on the dark dweller's body fluctuated and became more and more violent. It was like a surging tide, and also like a raging fire. It exploded with an extremely shocking power, which made Qinzong secretly shocked. Previously, the underworld being's claw attack had only been at the level of a 6-star yuan underworld. However, it had actually reached the level of a 7-star yuan underworld. Such a leap in strength was simply too shocking. The Boundless Earth Sword was very powerful, but he could only unleash the combat power of a peak 6-star with his body refinement realm cultivation. He couldn't do anything to a 7-star. Tear, break. Streaks of gray light streaked through the air, each carrying a terrifying power that could pierce through everything. They mercilessly attacked Qinzong. Although the Dark Dweller's predecessor was a human, he was no longer human after being eroded and polluted. His soul and even his body had undergone a qualitative change under the erosion and pollution of the dark chi. He was no longer a human. Therefore, he was merciless when dealing with humans. It was simply a feeling of satisfaction after killing them. Qinzong wouldn't show any mercy to those who wanted to kill him unless he couldn't defeat them. Lingwu Supreme Technique. 12 levels of heart fire. Great World Sword Technique, Boundless Earth. In an instant, a sword was swung out. The sword light scattered, and a piece of land appeared. Its suppressive power was much stronger than before, surpassing the 6-star realm and reaching the 7-star realm. Heart Refining Sword Technique, Sword 5. In an instant, the 6-kilometer sword principal domain was integrated into the sword, condensing into the most brilliant and dazzling ray that directly pierced through the void. The sword principal domain had already broken through from 5,000 meters to 6,000 meters, surpassing Sword 4 and creating Sword 5. However, the Sword 5 could accommodate more than 6,000 meters of sword principal domain. It was just that Qinzong's sword principal domain had just reached 6,000 meters. Even so, the power of Sword 5 was still much stronger than that of Sword 4. The Dark Dweller, who had completely erupted, was suppressed by the boundless earth. In the face of this sword, he couldn't resist at all and was directly penetrated. Although his nether power was strong, it couldn't resist the amazing sharpness of this sword. Invincible, the sword chi entered his body and instantly exploded, rushing in all directions inside his body as if it would cut everything into pieces. Even though the Dark Dweller's body was no longer like that of a human, he couldn't resist the power of this sword. In fact, the Dark Dweller's strength lay in his nether power and his soul. His body was somewhat inferior to that of a human. Qinzong's body was directly destroyed by the sword chi. Immediately, a black shadow flew out like a bolt of black lightning, as if it had broken free from its restraints. It directly charged towards Qinzong's head, accompanied by waves of extremely sharp and evil laughter. It was so fast that Qinzong didn't have time to react. In an instant, the black shadow disappeared into Qinzong's head. That was the nether soul, the soul of the dark dweller, which was more powerful and strange than that of a human of the same level. It was extremely evil. In the divine sea, the nether soul appeared. It was a black shadow, dark and deep, emitting an extremely cold aura, as if it wanted to freeze Chunzong's divine sea and turn it into an abyss, sinking it forever. The nether soul let out a series of extremely evil laughter and suddenly rushed to Chunzong's primordial spirit. That was the body of Chunzong's main soul. As for the body-refining divine soul, it was like a co-soul. Only by swallowing the main soul could he truly seize this body, and only then could he hope to leave the ancient Hades relic and return to the void. Although he had been heavily polluted and turned into a dark dweller, his mind was still there. It couldn't be better if he had a chance to leave the ancient Hades relic and return. The nether soul speed was too fast and very strange. It directly rushed to Chunzong's primordial spirit. Chunzong's reaction was also very fast. He moved his primordial spirit and immediately attacked. His seemingly fleshy arm grabbed the air, and a flash of sword light directly broke through the air. In the state of the primordial spirit, Chunzong's swordsmanship was very fast, sharp, and extremely powerful. This sword directly hit the nether soul, and the sword's strength, condensed by the terrifying primordial spirit's power, immediately caused the nether soul to be injured. Although the nether soul was powerful and strange, that was only relative. It didn't count for Chunzong. Even if Chunzong's soul was divided into two and hadn't recovered yet, it was not inferior to the nether soul. In addition, this was Chunzong's divine sea, and he had the home advantage. Under the superb swordsmanship, the nether soul was immediately cut and defeated. Die with me. The nether soul, which was about to collapse, let out a sharp roar. In an instant, it swelled up and directly exploded. Chunzong's primordial spirit reacted extremely quickly. He immediately waved his sword. As the sword light scattered, it turned into an impenetrable defense circle in front of the primordial spirit, blocking the explosion of the nether soul. However, the power after the nether soul's explosion was very strange. It was full of amazing penetrating power. It penetrated through the sword light and shot toward Chunzong's primordial spirit. It was impossible to resist and avoid. Chunzong's primordial spirit trembled unconsciously. He only felt an amazing chill quickly spread and swept out in an instant, as if it was about to be frozen. This kind of chill began to threaten his divine soul. Once it touched him, his divine soul would be damaged. Vicious. The nether soul's method was very vicious. It wanted to destroy itself, but it also wanted to drag Chunzong down with it. Even if it could not perish together, it wanted to cause damage to Chunzong's divine soul. Chunzong immediately burst out with his divine soul power and attacked the remaining cold power of the nether soul. At the moment of contact, Chunzong felt that his divine soul power seemed to be frozen, and then it was eroded and quickly melted. Traces of coldness quickly invaded his divine soul. Just as the remaining power of the nether soul attacked Chunzong in an attempt to erode his divine soul and cause damage, the black light in his primordial spirit trembled and rushed directly toward the remaining power of the nether soul like a shooting star. This change was too sudden, and it was beyond Chunzong's expectations and control. However, Chunzong also sensed that the black light was the core of the inner demon in his primordial spirit after it had consumed a lot of its power and self-destructed. It was the core of the inner demon, the most original inner demon. Now, the inner demon's origin had moved and rushed directly toward the remaining power of the nether soul. Without Chunzong's control, the inner demon's origin and the remaining power of the nether soul came into contact. Chunzong very much hoped that the inner demon's origin would be destroyed by the remaining power of the nether soul. Then, his hidden danger would be eliminated. However, the result disappointed Chunzong. He did not know where the inner demon's origin came from. It was not eroded by the remaining power of the nether soul at all. Instead, it absorbed the remaining power of the nether soul with amazing power. Being in the primordial spirit, it was under the control of Chunzong's spirit. Therefore, Chunzong could acutely and accurately sense that the inner demon's origin was rapidly growing stronger and gradually recovering after absorbing the remaining power of the nether soul. Of course, compared to the inner demon's heyday, it was still a long way off. However, it was certain that the inner demon was recovering. There were many threats to himself and many external threats, but some had not yet revealed themselves. However, there was only one internal threat, and it was a very fatal one. The inner demon. And it was a very difficult inner demon that even the mind dominator could not see through. The inner demon had taken advantage of his weakness and taken over his body several times, giving Chunzong a fatal sense of danger. One thing was certain: once the inner demon seized the opportunity to take over his body again, it would definitely learn from its previous lesson and become more cautious. At that time, it would be much more difficult for him to take back his body. However, he did not have any good methods to deal with the inner demon. With a thought, Chunzong immediately used the demon sealing spell. The spell seal appeared and blasted toward the inner demon that was slowly recovering its power, sealing it in an instant. Seeing that the inner demon that was slowly recovering its power was sealed by the demon sealing spell, Chunzong heaved a sigh of relief. However, he did not really relax. Demon sealing spell. He kept using it several times in a row. The demon sealing spell sealed the inner demon layer by layer. This way, it would be safer. Chapter 2271. You and I are one. You can't seal me. In Chunzong's spirit sea and primordial spirit, a strange laughter sounded. It seemed to be proud and frivolous. Even Chunzong's primordial spirit showed a strange expression. But in the blink of an eye, his expression returned to normal. In the next moment, his expression became strange, as if it was alternating with each other. It couldn't be sealed. The demon sealing spell couldn't seal the inner demon at all. The inner demon easily broke through the layers of seals under the demon sealing spell. It was as if the inner demon had set the seal himself and was easily undone. The essence of the inner demon was not the soul, but the consciousness. Its purpose was naturally to devour his consciousness, occupy his spirit, primordial spirit, and control his body. But it was very unlucky. It failed again and again, which made Chunzong stronger. However, the inner demon was still a great hidden danger. But now, Chunzong could clearly feel that the inner demon was really integrated into his primordial spirit. They were one. At that time, the origin of the inner demon and his consciousness entered the primordial spirit together. In other words, the consciousness of the inner demon and the consciousness of the inner demon occupied the primordial spirit together. And the consciousness of the inner demon could affect his spirit. Give up your body to me. Only I, the Devil King, am the strongest. The inner demon laughed again. Even the primordial spirit's expression became more and more strange. I advise you to leave on your own, so that you won't be in trouble again. Chunzong responded. In the current situation, the inner demon couldn't do anything to him. Similarly, he couldn't do anything to the inner demon. As for the words the inner demon said, it was undoubtedly to break Chunzong's will. To put it bluntly, it was just talking. Who didn't know how to talk? It was just that Chunzong didn't like to do this kind of thing. The inner demon was very strange and unfathomable. To some extent, it was one with Chunzong. Therefore, it knew Chunzong quite well. It knew that the will of the consciousness of the inner demon was so amazing that it couldn't be shaken by its words. Even if its words carried the power of bewitching the mind, it was useless. I can influence you. For example, when you're fighting with a strong enemy, what will happen if you try to break into the primordial spirit? The inner demon was like a naughty child. After saying this, she laughed complacently. Chunzong's heart sank. Indeed, this heart demon had the ability to affect him. Especially now, when he was breaking through, it had fused with his origin soul. It was as if it had fused with his origin soul, making the impact on his origin soul even more obvious. Just as the mental demon had said, if the mental demon attacked his soul during a battle, it would affect his ability to use his strength and directly affect his battle prowess. This was not an exaggeration. Chunzong knew very well that the inner demon was unscrupulous and would most likely do such a thing. But so what? Give up his body? That was impossible. Chunzong, who couldn't think of a solution, simply ignored his inner demons for the time being. His figure flashed and turned into a sword light that flew away. However, a moment later, the sword light suddenly fluctuated and its speed suddenly decreased. It was a little crooked. Give up your body, or I will make sure you can't control all your strength, the inner demon threatened. Chunzong ignored the threat and clamor. It was impossible for him to give up his body. He would never do that in this lifetime. However, he couldn't think of a good way to deal with this troublesome inner demon at the moment. He could only ignore it and slowly think about it while looking for an opportunity. Perhaps he would be able to find an opportunity to suppress his inner demons at some point in time. As for now, the inner demon was indeed attacking his origin soul. In other words, it was using its ability to fuse with his origin soul to seize control of his origin soul. Although the main control was still on his side, a part of it had been snatched away. The result of having a part of it snatched away was that he couldn't use his full strength. Chunzong helplessly discovered that the power he could use had been greatly reduced. He estimated that it was only at the level of a 2-star or 3-star origin demon. In other words, the interference caused by the inner demon's attack on his origin soul was very obvious. How is it? The feeling of not being able to control all your strength is very uncomfortable, isn't it? As the inner demon fought for control of the primordial spirit, it constantly disturbed Chunzong. When you meet a strong enemy and are unable to use your full strength when you're on the verge of death, it will be time for me to reappear. Don't buzz around like a fly. It's very noisy, Chunzong replied. What did you say? How dare you say that this demon king is like a fly? Come in here. Do you believe that this demon king won't squash you to death? Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, the demon king's hair stood on end. It was as if he was about to go berserk and transform into a shrew. If he was alone, he would probably be pointing his finger at Chunzong and spitting saliva everywhere. Don't clamor like a stray dog. It's meaningless, Chunzong said. Chunzong added. His words were like a cold knife that pierced into the heart of the demon. If he had a heart, that was. The inner demon paused. If he had eyes, they would have bulged out. In the next moment, he started cursing again. Although it was just a momentary argument, Chunzong felt inexplicably pleased when he saw how flustered and exasperated the inner demon was. Cultivation of qi, calming one's mind, and handling things calmly had nothing to do with the inner demon. The inner demon was a condensation of one's negative emotions. It was a collection of various desires and could be easily provoked. Sky striking ice wings. Amidst the somewhat indifferent low shout, a frosty white light suddenly flashed. Like a white phoenix's wing, it swept through the air and shot down from the sky. This was sword light, an extremely sharp and exquisite sword strike. This strike condensed strands of extremely cold energy. As soon as it appeared, everything in the surroundings froze. Even the nether chi that permeated the surroundings was affected as well. It was frozen into specks of frost that floated in the air. Vaguely, there seemed to be an extremely sharp cry that resounded through the heavens and the earth, piercing through everything. The sword light rushed forward, traversing the void like a bolt of ice and lightning, and directly attacked a nether beast that looked like a giant ape. The nether beast had no way to dodge and was directly hit by the icy sword light. The nether chi on its body was immediately penetrated. It was extremely sharp. Junior Sister Lee, make a move quickly. Bai Songdai shouted and shook her arm in the air. In an instant, a white light shot through the air. It was a long white whip covered with feather patterns. As it shook, the feather patterns seemed to spread out, emitting an astonishing chill and wisps of terrifying cold light. It was extremely sharp. The whip sounded like thunder, and there seemed to be countless fine and sharp cries, like many birds chirping. White bird shadows about the size of a baby's palm appeared and condensed. They looked like tiny white phoenixes. With a whip, they flew directly toward the giant ape nether beast. The baby-faced junior sister Lee also shouted in an instant. Her hands, which were wearing snow-white gloves, seemed to be moving slowly in front of her. Wisps of white, frost-like energy emitted an astonishing chill. As her hands moved in the air, they seemed to be outlining a mysterious pattern. Ice Phoenix shatters the mountain. Suddenly, junior sister Lee's body moved. She took a step forward with amazing power. Her arms suddenly spread out and pushed forward. As fast as lightning, countless white energy emitted an astonishing chill. It turned into a white phoenix that was a few meters in size. With a sharp cry, it flew across the sky. The three joined forces and attacked with all their strength. The power of these three attacks directly reached an astonishing level. The giant ape nether beast roared and unleashed all its power, but still couldn't withstand the attacks of the three people. Its nether chi was frozen, and frost quickly spread out from its body. Under the combination of the terrifying power and the power of ice, it was killed and fell heavily to the ground. Phew, finally killed. The baby-faced junior sisterly wiped her forehead as if there was sweat. She heaved a heavy sigh of relief. The combat power of this nether beast was amazing and very difficult to deal with. In a one-on-one battle, none of the three was a match for it. Even if they joined forces, it was still a tough battle. With junior sister Yu as the main force and the other two joining forces to assist, they finally killed it. In this way, the three of them also consumed more than half of their strength. The nether chi here was rich and couldn't be absorbed. They could only take out pills to recover their consumed strength. Roar! In an instant, an astonishing roar sounded from afar, causing the three of their faces to change drastically. It was the roar of a nether beast. They had not recovered the strength that they had consumed. Now, another nether beast appeared. Listening to the sound, the majestic momentum was astonishing. Combined with the surging aura, it was enough to judge that the combat power of this rapidly approaching nether beast was not inferior to the giant ape nether beast that they had killed together. Rumbling sounds continued to be heard, and the earth shook like a giant drum. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were charging, and the momentum was extremely terrifying. A huge black shadow approached rapidly. A giant ape. It was another giant ape. Looking at its size, it was 10% taller than the giant ape that they had killed together just now. Its body also looked much stronger. The larger the size of the nether beast, the stronger its combat power. In other words, the giant ape that had just approached was much stronger than the giant ape that had died just now. The three of them had used 100% of their strength to kill the giant ape just now, and consumed more than half of their strength. So, how are they going to deal with this even more powerful giant ape nether beast? Their strength had not recovered yet. When the giant ape neared and saw the giant ape's corpse on the ground, it suddenly let out an extremely sorrowful roar. Its eyes were scarlet red in an instant, as if they were dripping blood. The bloody eyes that stared at them carried an extremely terrifying murderous intent, causing the three of their faces to change drastically, and their hearts to skip a beat uncontrollably. "Junior sisters, let's go," Bai Songdai shouted without hesitation. But as her voice sounded, the giant ape let out an extremely violent roar. Its aura rushed out, and it suddenly leaped. Its posture was extremely violent. The nether chi in the surroundings surged, as if it was going to collapse the mountains and split the earth. Countless auras dispersed, carrying an extremely terrifying power as they rotated and attacked. One punch. Chapter 2272. The giant ape's fist shattered the vacuum. Its power was unstoppable. The three of them immediately retreated. Their bodies soared into the sky like phoenixes spreading their wings to dodge the attack. The ground was bombarded, and a huge pit was blasted out. A crack started from the pit and crazily pushed forward. It was like a bull plowing the ground, plowing out a huge gully a few meters wide and dozens of meters long. The three women's expressions changed drastically. They were terrified. The ground of the ancient netherworld ruins was extremely hard. If it could cause such damage with a single punch, even if they didn't explode, their bones would be broken and their internal organs would be shattered. They would be seriously injured. Senior sisters, retreat first. I will block it. Junior sister, you shouted. In an instant, wisps of white frost aura gushed out from her body and rushed to the sky above her head. They quickly entangled, crisscrossed, and shuttled back and forth as if they were weaving. Accompanied by a sharp and clear cry, waves of astonishing coldness quickly spread out. Phoenix. The image of a white phoenix suddenly condensed in the sky. Junior Sister Yu's eyes were also covered with a layer of frost, white like frost and snow. Waves of frost storms swept out, freezing the surroundings. The nether chi within a radius of dozens of meters was all dyed, turning into wisps of frost that floated in the air like the tip of a sword, emitting a shocking cold sharpness. Junior Sister Yu, you can't forcefully activate the power of your bloodline. The baby-faced senior sister, Lee's expression instantly changed as she hurriedly shouted. It doesn't matter. As long as we block it, you guys go first. Junior Sister Yu was incomparably calm. Her tone was also filled with a trace of coldness. Since Junior Sister Yu has already activated the power of her bloodline, then let's take advantage of this opportunity to kill this nether beast. Bai Songdai was very decisive. Her slightly long and narrow eyes shot out a cold light, and her killing intent blazed. The long whip shook and released a series of fine and sharp cries. It was as if countless birds were chirping at the same time. The frost spread and turned into small white birds, like miniature white phoenixes. Their wings were like blades. In an instant, hundreds of small white phoenixes rushed out in the air. They were as fast as lightning, directly attacking the giant ape. The baby-faced senior sister, Lee, also made her move. Her power exploded, causing the frost around her to explode and freeze her whole body. She waved her arms, drawing out the outline of an ice phoenix. It was vivid and lifelike as it flew out in a flash. It possessed both strength and speed. It carried an extremely cold might as it mercilessly attacked the giant ape underworld beast. An extremely sharp bird cry tore through the air like an ice blade. The white phoenix, which was a few meters in size, instantly released an extremely terrifying chill and power. This was the cultivation art of the ice phoenix way. It would appear after one cultivated it to a certain realm. The three of them were all true disciples of the ice phoenix sect of the Sacred Ice Palace. Among the group of true disciples, they belonged to the upper echelons. Their talents were outstanding, and their battle prowess was also extremely powerful. All of them had reached the 11th star level. This was especially true for Junior Sister Yu. Her battle prowess had reached the peak of the 11th star, surpassing the other two. Moreover, she had mastered the power of the bloodline. That bloodline was very high-end. Currently, only a small part of it had been awakened. According to the predictions of the elders in the Sacred Ice Palace, once the power of the bloodline was fully awakened, her battle prowess would definitely reach the 12-star level, directly reaching the peak. A 12-star supreme battle prowess was extremely rare even in the Sacred Ice Palace, a top-tier star domain level force. It was because of this that she was qualified to compete for the position of candidate. It was only because of the high-end bloodline that it was extremely difficult to awaken. If it had already been awakened, the candidate would not even need to compete for the position of candidate. They would directly skip this step and be qualified to compete for the position of candidate. Under the forceful awakening of the bloodline, their battle prowess might not reach the 12-star level, but it was still more powerful than the peak of the 11th-star level. The frosty aura continued to sweep out. The long sword was unsheathed, and cold light overflowed. The moment the sword was swung, the ice phoenix suddenly flapped its wings, sweeping up an extremely powerful cold air current. All of its power condensed into the long sword in an instant, and then it slashed out. It was a white phoenix with incomparably sharp wings. Its gaze was extremely cold, as if it could freeze space with a single glance. Its beak was extremely sharp, and it fused with the tip of the sword, causing the sharpness of the sword to rise to the peak in an instant. It pierced through everything. It was a kind of penetration that contained superb skill, but also seemed to be very barbaric. The three attacks, with all of its power, went straight for the giant ape. Everything in its path was frozen, turning into frost, and attacked from three directions. If it had been the giant ape from before, it would have died in the face of these three attacks. However, this giant ape was even stronger. Roar! An extremely violent and vigorous roar resounded through the heavens and the earth. An astonishing aura exploded and rushed in all directions. In an instant, the grayish-black mist on the body of the giant ape nether beast shook violently and instantly burned without end. Its originally extremely strong body also expanded by a large size in an instant. A terrifying aura surged like waves, vast and endless. It didn't dodge. The giant ape nether beast didn't dodge in the slightest, and it erupted with terrifying might. Its arms swelled up, and every single one of its muscles twitched. Shocking vital energy and blood mixed with nether energy wantonly surged within its extremely strong body, and it emitted waves of shocking auras that surged like wind and thunder. Take it head on. Attack. His arms blasted out repeatedly in an instant. The air seemed to be unable to bear the heavy burden and let out a series of astonishing roars, like the howling of a violent wind. His pitch-black hair instantly straightened, piercing through the sky like steel needles. Endless frost exploded on its body, turning into an endless frosty white mist that shrouded the surroundings. The chill fell from the sky and shrouded all directions. Countless ice fragments swept out and kept shrinking inwards as if it was about to collapse. In the next moment, it suddenly exploded. Waves of frosty blades rushed out, and each of them was corroded and dyed gray by the underworld energy. In the roar, the slightly injured giant ape became even more violent and terrifying. This combat strength had already surpassed the 11-star level and reached the 12-star level. The 12-star level's combat strength was much higher than the 11-star level. The gap was very obvious. This scene shocked the three of them and made them feel desperate. Junior sister, you forcefully activated the bloodline power that had not been fully awakened. Her face was slightly pale. The other two who had unleashed their full strength were also instantly exhausted and needed a rest. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The giant ape that had unleashed the 12-star level's combat strength was unbeatable. They could only retreat and leave quickly. Otherwise, their lives would be in danger. Bai Songdai made a prompt decision. She mobilized the remaining strength in her body and immediately retreated. Junior sister, you, leave quickly. The baby-faced senior sister, Li, also immediately shouted. She stomped hard and flew out. Junior sister Yu's bloodline power was restrained. Her long sword returned to its sheath. Her toes tapped lightly. Her body seemed to have lost all its weight. With her slightly lowered arms, she flew up like a phoenix, spreading its wings, and flew away quietly. Amidst the furious roar, the violent giant ape nether beast instantly pursued. Its shockingly thick legs constantly stomped on the ground, emitting a series of extremely terrifying rumbling sounds. Dust flew into the air, and the hard ground collapsed and shattered into countless pieces. Unknowingly, the direction that the three of them fled in was the direction of the ancient Netherworld ruins. They should be heading out of the ancient Netherworld ruins. However, the giant ape was too shocking. Its speed was so fast that they could not hesitate and could not rush past the giant ape. Pursuit. Continuous pursuit. The more it chased, the closer it got. The three of them almost suffocated as their hearts beat wildly. If this goes on, we'll be caught up sooner or later. We can only unleash all our strength to kill it. As the senior sister, Bai Songdai, made a prompt decision. Her expression was resolute. Junior sister Li, Junior sister Yu, use all your strength. The two of them also understood that if this continued, it would not be long before they were caught up by the giant ape. At that time, they would not have recovered their strength. It was very likely that they would be killed by the giant ape. They could only fight. They made a prompt decision and unleashed all their strength. Without hesitation, the baby-faced girl's petite body suddenly stopped. The ground also trembled. In an instant, violent snow-white energy surged into the sky like smoke signals. It condensed into a snow-white phoenix in the air. It was filled with endless coldness. Its wings flapped, and it let out an extremely resounding cry. It suddenly swooped down and penetrated the baby-faced girl's body. In an instant, the baby-faced girl's petite body seemed to expand several times in an instant. In fact, it did not expand several times. Her body did not change, but it was covered with a layer of shadow that seemed to be condensing into a substance. A white phoenix that was more than 10 meters in size shot out. Its power was more than twice as strong as before. Bai Songdai also activated her secret technique. However, she did not attack. Instead, she flew away in an instant and circled around the giant ape. Relying on the secret technique to increase her speed, she turned into a stream of light and flew into the distance. Senior Sister Bai. Junior Sister Yu was shocked. She did not expect Senior Sister Bai to take this opportunity to leave the two of them behind and escape alone. I'll go look for reinforcements. Bai Songdia's voice came from afar, but her body flew away. Senior Sister Li had already activated her secret technique and attacked with all her strength. If she chose to retreat, Senior Sister Li would definitely die. She forcefully activated her bloodline power again. Secret technique. Ice Phoenix Primordial. A huge white ice phoenix soared into the sky and entered his body in an instant. An astonishing power erupted and finally gathered in the sword in his hand. The sword carried the power of his entire body and directly slashed out. It was accompanied by an extremely sharp and resounding cry that seemed to tear everything apart. It broke through the void and slashed out like the sharp beak of a phoenix. There was a faint layer of illusory white flame burning on it. Under the two attacks, the threat they brought to the giant ape was greater than before. However, it was still useless. They could not kill the giant ape at all. The gap in their combat strength could not be closed. At this time, Bai Songdai, who had used the opportunity when the two of them attacked, had already used her secret technique to increase her speed and had escaped far away. Although the Ice Phoenix Burning Origin secret technique was very powerful, it could only be used once. Both of their auras were rapidly declining, and the giant ape roared and rushed over. It raised its huge arm, and as if it was moving mountains, it suddenly threw a punch. That's Chunzong, who was slowly coming out of the ancient netherworld ruins, saw the figures fighting in the distance. His eyes inadvertently swept across and suddenly paused. He was directly attracted by one of the figures. Chapter 2273. Are you excited? If you are, hurry up and get a wave of monthly votes. Some figures were imprinted in the depths of one's heart, and one could never forget them for the rest of one's life. Some voices lingered in one's ears and lingered in one's ears for the rest of one's life. Some names were imprinted in one's mind and went straight to the depths of one's soul. Even if one's body died, one would never forget them. Sometimes one didn't know these things and had never thought about them. But when one saw them, an indescribable throbbing would emerge from the depths of one's heart, as if a torrent had been awakened in an instant. It would turn into a burst of ecstasy and hope, and one's heart would beat wildly. That figure seemed to have been separated by thousands of years and had long become a memory, but it was as clear as a brand. At the first sight, Chunzong could be sure that it was her. At the same time, the giant ape beast went berserk, bearing the tyrannical attacks of the two people. Even if it was injured, it didn't care. It threw a punch, and the terrifying fist force enveloped it. It was like a falling star, destroying everything. There was no way to dodge it. Because of forcibly activating the power of the bloodline that hadn't been fully awakened and using the secret method, it suffered a serious backlash. For a moment, it lost the ability to fight and could only watch the punch coming at it. It was dark, overwhelming, and covered the sky and the sun. It was as if a dark world was descending and sinking. Junior brother, I'm afraid I will never see you again. Traces of regret, like the sigh of the wind and snow. That figure had existed in the depths of one's heart for a long time, like a brand. Although they didn't talk much and didn't stay together every day, for some people, at the first sight, it walked into their hearts and left a shadow. They worked hard to cultivate so that one day they could go back there and see him again, even if it was just a glance. Deep, restrained expectations. But now there was no hope. Senior sister, I'm here. A familiar voice suddenly came into her ears, which made her slightly stunned, and then she smiled. Was it an illusion? Was this a hallucination before his death? Was it a voice from the depths of one's heart? Was it an indescribable longing that even he couldn't explain? In the next moment, a wisp of light, a wisp of dazzling and resplendent light that carried an indestructible sharpness shot over from afar. It was like an aurora, like a thunderclap, like the brilliance of the beginning of the heavens and the earth. It was a sword light that seemed like the beginning of the world, and when it appeared, the heavens and the earth dimmed down. The sword slashed directly at the fist of the giant ape dark beast. Contact! There was no earth-shattering momentum. There was only a slight sound, as if something was breaking. The giant ape dark beast's extremely powerful punch seemed to have lost all its resistance. It was directly penetrated layer by layer and broke apart inch by inch. His extremely powerful arm was as weak as tofu. When the extremely terrifying sword light pierced through, it did not completely pierce through the arm. Instead, it curved and circled along the arm. Like a spiritual snake, it directly penetrated the body of the giant ape dark beast, raging, exploding, cutting, and dismembering. Streaks of sword chi shot out of the giant ape dark beast's body in an instant, accompanied by the giant ape dark beast's blood-curdling screams. Its broken body that was full of holes immediately fell backward. One sword. Fatal kill. The two people of the Ice Phoenix sect suddenly widened their eyes and stared at the giant ape dark beast that fell like a black hill. They were shocked. There was no doubt that the combat strength of this giant ape dark beast had reached the 12-star level, but it was killed by one sword. Senior sister, long time no see. Accompanied by the rumbling sound of the giant ape dark beast falling, a gentle and joyful voice sounded in her ears. She looked back in disbelief. Her eyes widened in an instant, and she was absent-minded for a moment. Junior brother, it's me, senior sister Nianxin. Shenzong smiled slightly. Even though his expression was calm, his fluctuating eyes showed the joy and excitement in his heart. Chun Shidi, junior brother Chunzong. Nianxin was stunned. Was she dreaming? She didn't wake up? Junior sister you. That's great. It's great that you're okay. The baby-faced senior sister, Li finally reacted. She rushed over excitedly and hugged Nianxin. Just now, when she saw the giant ape dark beast's fist bombarding Nianxin, she was almost scared out of her wits. But there was nothing she could do, because after she used the secret method to attack, she had completely consumed her cultivation strength. It was difficult for her to burst out with a faster speed for a while, so she couldn't help at all. What's more, in that case, even if she helped, it would be of no help. She couldn't stop the giant ape dark beast at all. She thought that under that punch, senior sister, you would be beaten to death, and then it would be her turn to be beaten to death. She didn't expect that someone would really help and kill the giant ape dark beast with one sword. The distance between life and death was so close. No one was willing to die if they could live. Death was just a helpless choice. Now that she was alive, of course, she was crying with joy. Senior sister Li, I'm fine. After being interrupted, Nianxin collected her thoughts and smiled at the baby-faced person. Thank you for saving me, Your Excellency. Senior sister Li also hurriedly bowed to Chunzong to thank him. If it weren't for Chunzong, junior sister you would have died, and she would also have died. It was equivalent to saving their lives. You and senior sister you are from the same sect. You don't have to thank me, Chunzong said with a smile. Although he didn't know which sect Yunyinxin was in now, the aura of the two came from the same source. They must be from the same sect. The baby-faced senior sister Li was very curious, because she noticed that Chunzong called Yunyinxin senior sister Yu. Your Excellency, are you a disciple of the Ice Dragon sect? Senior sister Li couldn't help but ask, while thinking carefully. In the Ice Dragon sect, there was a disciple with such strength, but she had never seen him before. No, senior sister Yu and I have known each other for a long time. We were from the same sect. Chunzong smiled. When he saw Yunyinxin, he felt an indescribable joy from the depths of his heart. Senior sister Li didn't know much about Yunyinxin's past, but she vaguely understood that Yunyinxin didn't join the Ice Phoenix sect of the Ice Saint Palace right from the start. Therefore, she must have had other origins before that. Is this the desire in your heart? Chunzong's soul, in his divine, revealed a strange smile. He also said in a strange, teasing voice, not bad. She's also my type. Since that's the case, what are you hesitating for? Just push her down. Oh, is it your sense of shame? Is it because there are other people watching? It doesn't matter. Just push her down together. The inner demon in Chunzong's divine and his soul kept clamoring, egging him on, and laughing very viciously. Even if Chunzong wanted to ignore it, he couldn't. Noticing that Chunzong's expression was a little strange, Yunyinxin couldn't help but ask with concern, Junior brother, what's wrong? I'm fine. Chunzong returned to normal, completely ignoring the inner demon's clamoring. What are you running away from? I am you, you are me. I am the gathering and manifestation of all the desires in your heart. The inner demon continued to clamor. All my thoughts originate from you. Chunzong couldn't help but be moved. All the inner demon's thoughts originate from him? Could it be that such thoughts really existed in the depths of his heart? For a moment, Chunzong's gaze became a little strange. He inadvertently swept his gaze over Yunyinxin's face, then over to the baby-faced senior sister Li's face. Then, Chunzong shook his head slightly and dismissed this strange thought. It was impossible. He was such a decent person. How could he have such thoughts? Everything was just a scheme of the inner demon. Once again, ignoring the inner demon's clamoring, Chunzong looked at Yunyinxin. When he returned to the Lingwu sacred world in Baiyun Mountain, he didn't see senior sister Yunyinxin. He was very disappointed and had offered a reward for information, but in the end, he didn't find her. At that time, Chunzong guessed that senior sister Yunyinxin might have had a fortuitous encounter. At that time, he also had a premonition that he might be able to see senior sister Yunyinxin again in the void. However, it was just a premonition, and he wasn't 100% sure. Moreover, the void was so vast that even sovereign-level experts wouldn't dare to say that they could travel to every corner of the void. The possibility of seeing senior sister Yunyinxin again was not high. He never expected that he would meet senior sister Yunyinxin on his trip to the ancient Netherworld ruins. After so many years, they finally met again. That kind of joy was indescribable. At the same time, Chunzong could also feel the joy that originated from senior sister Yunyinxin's heart. She was also very happy to be able to see him again. They were happy to see each other again. The joy in his heart was like the ripples of a lake, but he couldn't express it. Chunzong had many questions in his heart. For example, how did Yunyinxin leave the Lingwu sacred world back then? Why did she appear in the void? What exactly happened in between? However, this wasn't a suitable place to talk now. Chunzong guarded Yunyinxin and her senior sister while letting them consume elixirs to recover their exhausted strength. Yunyinxin didn't just consume her strength. She also suffered a backlash from forcefully activating the power of her bloodline that hadn't fully awakened. She was injured, and it wasn't easy for her to recover. In this place, there were very few underworld beasts, and it was difficult to encounter them. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for the fact that Chunzong's strength was restrained by his inner demons, causing Chunzong to be unable to display his full strength, and thus unable to fight against a powerful underworld beast, he could only retreat quickly. He wouldn't have run to this place and coincidentally met senior sister Yunyinshin, who was in danger. This could be considered fate. Recovery. Yunyinshin and Li Jiayin's cultivation strength recovered one after another. However, Yunyinshin still needed a long time to recover from the backlash of forcefully activating her bloodline power. During this period, it was difficult for her to display her strength to the fullest. On the other hand, Chunzong was also restrained by his inner demons, so he couldn't display his full strength. His strength was greatly reduced, so he decided to leave the ancient netherworld ruins first. Yunyinshin and Li Jiayin didn't have any objections to this. With a move, the three of them quickly left the place and flew towards the entrance of the ancient netherworld ruins. The further they went, the less likely it was to encounter danger, especially the dangers of the ancient netherworld ruins itself. Chapter 2274. The dark gray vortex had a diameter of 10,000 meters. It spun wildly, and the center was pitch black. Yunyinshin and Li Jiayin breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the vortex. It was relatively safe here. At the same time, two figures were rapidly flying over from the dark gray vortex. Yunyinshin and Li Jiayin were both startled when they saw the two figures. Their bodies also paused. Chunzong, who was able to move freely, also paused in an instant and looked over. The two figures were a man and a woman. Both of them exuded a chilling aura. The woman's aura was exactly the same as Yunyinshin and Li Jiayin's. They were very likely from the same sect. As for the man, although his aura was different, there was a similar feeling. The Ice Dragon Path and Ice Phoenix Path of the Ice Saint Palace, Chunzong thought. The Ice Saint Palace was a top cosmic sector-level faction. It was an extremely tyrannical existence in this part of the void. Only the super cosmic sector-level factions could surpass it. Super cosmic sector-level factions had another name, Sacred Land. In other words, the Ice Saint Palace was a super faction second only to the four Sacred Lands. There weren't many factions on the level of the Ice Saint Palace in the entire void. There were only about 10 of them, and they were scattered across the 5 voids. To be able to become a disciple of such a super faction, one had to be very talented. The best of them could even be ranked in the 4 Sacred Lands. Yunyinshin and Li Jiayin's expressions darkened when they saw the two. Chunzong also noticed that a hint of surprise flashed through the woman's eyes. Soon after, she revealed a pleasantly surprised expression and quickly rushed over. "That's great. Junior sister Li, junior sister Yu, you're both alive." Chunzong didn't know what had happened because Yunyinshin didn't mention it. But now that he saw it, Chunzong naturally had some guesses. "Thank you for your concern, senior sister." Yunyinshin replied unhurriedly, avoiding by Songya's hand. His tone was no longer as familiar and warm as before. "Junior sister Yu, what's wrong? Are you blaming me? Didn't I say at that time that I was going to find reinforcements? Otherwise, with just the 3 of us, we wouldn't be a match for that underworld beast." Bai Songdai keenly sensed the change in Yunyinshin's attitude and hurriedly explained, "Look, I found senior brother A.O. Shengming of the Ice Dragon sect. I'm about to rush back to save you." "Senior sister Bai, I'm afraid that by the time you go back to save us, we'll already be dead," Li Jiayin said with a faint smile. The situation at that time was extremely urgent and dangerous. To be honest, if it wasn't for junior sister Yu's former junior brother appearing at the critical moment and killing the colossal ape nether beast, then both she and junior sister Yu would have been dead by now, and they'd been reduced to ghosts under the colossal ape nether beast's fist. At that time, how could he save her? Bring back the corpses that had been beaten to a pulp? And to be honest, in that situation, the person who proposed to erupt with all their strength was Bai Songdai. But in the end, she was the first to escape. When she escaped, she didn't say a word. It was only when Yunyinshin called for her that she said she was going to get reinforcements. In the eyes of Yunyinshin and Li Jiayin, it was nothing more than an excuse. Or it could be said that she did have the intention to get reinforcements, but she was also afraid of death. She intended to use Yunyinshin and Li Jiayin to delay the colossal ape nether beast and fight for a chance to survive. Junior sisters, I'm relieved that you're safe and sound. The person called senior brother, Ao, opened his mouth and broke the awkwardness of Bai Songdai. Greetings, senior brother Ao. Yun Yinshin and Li Jiayin saluted. Thank you, senior brother Ao, for coming to help. It's okay, I just entered the ancient netherworld ruins. It's good that you're safe. Ao Shengming smiled slightly, looking like a modest gentleman. On his smiling face, there was an expression like a spring breeze. He was wearing a snow-white robe with silver dragon patterns. His robe was whiter than snow, and it was very attractive. Now, do you want to continue to enter the ancient netherworld ruins? If you want, you can come with me. Ao Shengming glanced at them with a modest smile. Thank you, senior brother Ao, for your kindness, but we've decided to leave first. Yun Yinshin responded neither quickly nor slowly. From the beginning to the end, Ao Shengming's eyes were fixed on Yun Yinshin and the others. He didn't pay any attention to Chenzong, as if Chenzong didn't exist. But now, Ao Shengming looked at Chenzong. This is senior brother Ao. He is the junior brother of junior sister Yu's previous sect. He just happened to save us. Li Jiayin quickly said. I see. Then thank you very much. Ao Shengming smiled at Chenzong. It's a coincidence. Chenzong smiled slightly. May I know where you're from? Ao Shengming asked again. Well, Heavenly Palace. Chenzong didn't beat around the bush. But hearing Chenzong's words, everyone was shocked. Ao Shengming's pupils shrank to the size of needles. Well, Heavenly Palace, one of the 4 great holy lands, and recognized as the leader of the 4 great holy lands. It was the strongest force in the void, even stronger than Ice Saint Palace. So it's a disciple of Old Heavenly Palace. Sorry for the disrespect. Ao Shengming's expression immediately changed, and his tone became more friendly. He cupped his hands at Chenzong. Chenzong also cupped his hands to return the greeting. This was basic etiquette. They didn't exchange too many pleasantries because they weren't that familiar with each other. Moreover, Chenzong felt that Ao Shengming didn't seem to be very friendly to him. Since that was the case, there was no need to continue the conversation. After saying goodbye to each other, Chenzong, Yun Yinshin, and Li Jiayin left together. As for Bai Songdai, she and Ao Shengming once again went into the ancient netherworld ruins. A true disciple of Old Heavenly Palace. Ao Shengming thought to himself as he went deeper into the ancient netherworld ruins. Since we're so close, it seems that I need to inform Big Brother. 3 figures sprang out from the center of the dark vortex at the same time and appeared in the void. Chenzong immediately felt that the cold nether chi attached to his body was constantly dissipating. It was like rootless duckweed that couldn't exist in this void. The ancient netherworld ruins belonged to the Middle Ancient Era, and the void now belonged to the Late Ancient Era. The Middle Ancient Era and the Late Ancient Era belonged to the same era. Different eras belonged to different eras, and there were differences in power. Moreover, this was the Void Zone, a zone without wind or waves. Even the Void Yuan Chi was extremely weak, and a nether chi from the ancient netherworld ruins naturally couldn't exist. Dissipated, rapidly dissipated. In less than 10 breaths of time, the cold nether chi on their bodies had completely dissipated, and they suddenly felt as if a burden had been lifted. Junior brother, I didn't expect you to be a true disciple of Old Heavenly Palace, Yun Yinshin said to Chenzong with a smile on his face. Opportunity, I guess. Chenzong smiled. If the Purgatory Ghost Clan had not invaded the Tianyuan Sacred Region, and the world will of the Tianyuan Sacred Region had not awakened, and in order to speed up the recovery, the world will had cooperated with him to infiltrate the Purgatory Ghost Clan, kill the Purgatory Ghost Clan, and devour the world will of the Purgatory Ghost Clan. The initial condition was to provide him with a secret realm in the depths of the world, which was the inheritance of Old Heavenly Palace's Exian Lord. It was also because of this that Chenzong was able to enter Old Heavenly Palace and become the disciple of Exian Lord of Old Heavenly Palace, saving him a lot of time and effort. Now, he was even a Dao disciple of Old Heavenly Palace and enjoyed more power and status than an elder, second only to a Dao master. And all of this was indeed a fortuitous encounter. Shenzong used this word to describe it very well. My matter is nothing but senior sister. Shenzong looked at Yu Nianxin with a gentle gaze. I once returned to White Cloud Mountain, but at that time, I couldn't find where you were, so I guess that you might have had some kind of adventure. I didn't expect to see you in the void now. Yu Nianxin smiled and said, Me? I also got a great opportunity back then. However, because Li Jiayin was also present, the two did not talk in depth. There were some things that they did not want others to know. With a wave of his hand, Chunzong took out the void airship and invited Yu Nianxin and Li Jiayin to enter. The void airship was a top-grade void airship. Whether it was the exterior or the internal layout, it was naturally not simple. Wow, it's amazing, Li Jiayin exclaimed. The void airship that they had come in was not of such a high grade, at least in terms of appearance and feeling. Yu Nianxin was also slightly surprised. Realizing that Chunzong and Yu Nianxin had just met and would probably have a lot to talk about, Li Jiayin went into a room to cultivate. As soon as Li Jiayin left, Chunzong and Yu Nianxin immediately relaxed. Immediately, a strange atmosphere lingered. Senior sister, junior brother, you first. Chunzong and Yu Nianxin seemed to have a tacit understanding. Immediately, they were startled, then looked at each other and smiled, completely relaxed. The two sat down. Chunzong also took out his collection of fine wine and filled Yu Nianxin's and his own cup. He also took out some of his collection of delicacies, which were all good for the Tao manipulation realm. Come, senior sister, let's toast to our reunion. Chunzong raised his 10,000-year-old white chalcedony wine cup and said to Yu Nianxin with a smile, Cheers. Yu Nianxin also raised her cup, full of joy. So you like this kind of style? First get this girl drunk, and then take the opportunity to do it. The evil laughter of the inner demon sounded again, almost making Chunzong choke. If possible, Chunzong really wanted to drag this guy out and beat him to death. But he couldn't, so he could only ignore it. Because if he cared about what it said, the inner demon would be even more arrogant. To deal with this kind of thing, he had to ignore it. The inner demon kept clamoring, but Chunzong just ignored it. Gradually, it felt very bored and simply fell silent. However, it still seized control of a part of Chunzong's primordial spirit, so that he could not exert his strength to the extreme. Chunzong and Yu Nianxin chatted while drinking and eating. Yu Nianxin also told them about the so-called opportunity she encountered in the past. It was in the Lingwu Holy World. A long time ago, it was an opportunity left behind by an expert of the Holy Ice Palace, as well as a disk of the Great Void-Shifting Formation. Chapter 2275. Yu Nianxin had awakened her bloodline as the Icewind Luan bloodline in her early years. In the Lingwu Saints world, it was considered a rather high-grade bloodline. After awakening it, Yu Nianxin's strength increased greatly. After that, she wandered around and entered a forbidden area. Facing a life-threatening crisis, she coincidentally triggered a mysterious mechanism due to her Icewind Luan bloodline and entered a small secret space. That secret space was created by an expert with great strength. It was located between the Lingwu Saints world and the void. Not only did Yu Nianxin avoid death, but she also obtained a great opportunity in the secret space. Within that secret space, there was a drop of extremely high-grade blood. After fusing with that drop of blood, Yu Nianxin's bloodline underwent a transformation. It was a fundamental transformation. When her bloodline transformed, it caused her already awakened bloodline to fall silent again. Even so, Yu Nianxin's talent was stimulated to a higher level because of this. The person who created the secret space and left behind that drop of high-grade blood was a Tao Sovereign level expert from the Ice Phoenix sect of the Sacred Ice Palace. Not only did she leave behind a drop of high-grade blood, she also left behind a great void shift formation disk and a message. It said that those who were fated to enter this secret space could travel to the Sacred Ice Palace through the formation disk after fusing with their bloodline and become a disciple of the Sacred Ice Palace. That drop of blood was the bloodline essence of the Icewind Fire Phoenix. Only a woman with the bloodline of the phoenix could successfully fuse with it. Otherwise, the result of forcefully fusing with it would be death. Although the Icewind wand was not a phoenix, it had an inseparable connection with the phoenix. To a certain extent, it could be considered a branch of the phoenix. Therefore, Yunyinshin had successfully fused with that drop of Icewind Fire Phoenix's bloodline, causing her Icewind Wand bloodline to undergo a transformation. During the transformation process, the awakened bloodline would become dormant again. Yunyinshin's cultivation increased by leaps and bounds due to the fusion of that drop of Empyrean Ice Flame Phoenix bloodline. He quickly reached the demigod rank and used the Great Void Shift Formation Disc to teleport him to a place near the Sacred Ice Palace. He was brought into the palace by a true disciple of the Sacred Ice Palace's Ice Phoenix Path and successfully became a disciple of the Sacred Ice Palace's Ice Phoenix Path. Even though Yunyinshin's bloodline hadn't awakened due to the Ice Flame Heavenly Phoenix's bloodline, his talent had been greatly enhanced and his potential had been greatly developed. Furthermore, he had cultivated the Ice Phoenix Way's legacy technique, so his cultivation had increased rapidly. He had broken through to the Spirit Conduit realm and the Tao Manipulation realm, becoming a true disciple of the Ice Phoenix Way. Afterwards, Yunyinshin relied on the greater talent brought about by his bloodline, as well as the Ice Phoenix Way's technique that was very compatible with it. He had advanced by leaps and bounds, surpassing many of his peers and reaching the 8th revolution of the Tao Manipulation realm. As a result, a small portion of his bloodline had been stimulated and awakened, greatly increasing Yunyinshin's battle prowess, reaching the peak of the 11-star level. However, it was very, very difficult to reach the 12-star level, unless one completely awakened their bloodline and grasped its power. Even if they reached the 9th revolution of the Tao Manipulation realm, they would barely be able to reach the 12-star level. Although the Ice Flame Heavenly Phoenix's bloodline was very brilliant and was one of the top bloodlines in the Void, containing shocking potential, it was a pity that Yunyinshin had only obtained a drop of the Ice Flame Heavenly Phoenix's bloodline. Although it had allowed his Ice Wind Wand bloodline to evolve to a higher level, it still couldn't completely evolve into the Ice Flame Heavenly Phoenix's bloodline. It could only be said that Yunyinshin's current bloodline was only an incomplete Ice Flame Heavenly Phoenix's bloodline. It was very different from the complete Ice Flame Heavenly Phoenix's bloodline. Even so, Yunyinshin's talent was better than many people's. Otherwise, with her original talent, it would be difficult for her to reach the imminent God realm. The sub-God realm might be her limit. Even if she could break through to the imminent God realm, her progress in the Tao Manipulation realm would be slow. It couldn't be compared to now. However, now that the bloodline level had increased a lot, her talent had also been greatly enhanced. Her potential was amazing. It was very possible for her to reach the 12-star level. That was the level of the Transcendent Realm. In the Void, only a few top geniuses could reach that level. Hearing Yunyinshin's words, Chenzong couldn't help but sigh. She was really lucky. He was really happy for her. This meant that Yunyinshin's future achievements wouldn't be too low. She would definitely reach the Transcendent Realm and the Tao Master Realm. As for the Dominator Realm, it was hard to say. There weren't many Dominator Realm experts in the entire Void, so it would be very difficult for her to succeed. Yunyinshin told Chenzong about her fortuitous encounter and how she had joined the Ice Phoenix sect of Sacred Ice Palace. She was very detailed, showing that she trusted Chenzong very much. Yunyinshin was now qualified to compete for the position of Reserve Daoist due to her bloodline potential and talent. Once she became a Reserve Daoist, she would be qualified to compete for the position of Daoist. Sacred Ice Palace was different from Will Heavenly Palace in this aspect. The Will Heavenly Palace's Daoist had to be approved by most Dao sovereigns and finally selected by Dominator Realm experts. Only after going through a strict examination would one be qualified to take up the position. On the other hand, the Ice Dragon sect and Ice Phoenix sect Daoists had to go through many rounds of competition before they could take up the position. Between the two methods, there really wasn't a fixed number which one was better. Both methods were good, and the Taoists chosen were the best of the best. Senior sister, the problem you have now is the backlash from forcefully activating the power of your bloodline in the ancient Netherworld ruins, and how to fully awaken the power of your bloodline. Chunzong's eyes flickered as he spoke. Yunyanshi nodded. The backlash from forcefully activating her bloodline could be slowly healed, but it would be very difficult to fully awaken it. Senior sister, do you have any ideas? Chunzong couldn't help but ask. If she had any ideas, he could help her and help her fully awaken her bloodline even faster. Once her bloodline was fully awakened, she would almost certainly become a reserve Taoist. She would even have the strength to compete for the position of Taoist. Becoming a Taoist meant that she would have an extremely high status in the Ice Phoenix sect. She would also enjoy great authority, and the inheritance and resources she would receive would also be superior. The path of cultivation was a path of competition. If you were one step ahead, you would be one step ahead. Cultivation required not only one's own efforts, but also external forces. Only when the two were combined could one achieve the best results. Since he saw Yunyanshi again, Chunzong would naturally help her to the best of his ability. There is an awakening pill in the Sacred Ice Palace. After consuming it, it can stimulate your bloodline and make it awaken faster. Yunyanshi said, "This time, I entered the ancient Netherworld ruins to find some treasures and contribute them to the Ice Phoenix sect in exchange for merit points, to exchange for an awakening pill." Other than the awakening pill? Chunzong asked again. The void was so vast, so there should be more than one way to awaken one's bloodline power. Also, refining the blood essence of the Phoenix sect and consuming some divine medicine that can stimulate one's bloodline power, Yunyanshi said with a smile. Of course, there were many ways, but no matter which one it wasn't easy. After thinking about it, the most direct way was to exchange for an awakening pill from the Sacred Ice Palace. At least, the Sacred Ice Palace had an awakening pill, so the goal was clear. However, exchanging for an awakening pill wasn't easy. It required a lot of merit points. Senior sister, what about the heavenly underworld fruit from the heavenly underworld tree? Is it effective for your bloodline awakening? Chunzong asked. The heavenly underworld fruit's effect is to stimulate one's potential. I'm not sure if it's effective, Yunyanshi said after thinking for a while. Yunyanshi hadn't consumed a heavenly underworld fruit until now. She would only know if she consumed it. Unfortunately, Chunzong had previously obtained more than 100 heavenly underworld fruits, but he had consumed them all. He couldn't verify it now. In that case, senior sister, you should recover first. When the time comes, we'll enter the ancient Netherworld ruins to search for the heavenly underworld fruit, Chunzong said decisively. He hadn't explored much of the ancient Netherworld ruins yet. After a period of time, Yunyanshi hadn't fully recovered from the backlash of her bloodline awakening, but it wouldn't affect her strength anymore. However, before she fully recovered, she couldn't forcefully activate her bloodline power. Otherwise, the backlash would be even more severe. Chunzong, we're not in the same sect now. Don't call me senior sister in the future. Just call me by my name, Yunyanshi said with some reservation after hesitating for a while. Chunzong was slightly stunned. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? This little girl is sending you a message. If you make your move now, the success rate of pushing her down is 100%. Enjoy to your heart's content. The inner demon seemed to have found something fun, and its evil voice sounded again. If you don't dare, then give up your body and let me do it. After all, you and I are one body. Or, have you always been thinking about that big-breasted senior sister? As this demon king's vessel, of course I have to sit on countless beauties. As long as they're outstanding, I'll push them down. Okay, then from now on, I'll call Yunyanshi. Chunzong ignored the inner demon and smiled at Yunyanshi. Okay. Yunyanshi nodded slightly, and her ears were slightly red. After calling out to Li Jiayin, the three of them left the void spaceship and once again arrived at the dark vortex. They flew towards the center of the dark vortex and entered together. Their bodies seemed to be swallowed by the vortex. Not long after, three figures appeared from the other side of the dark vortex. The dark vortex was like a barrier that separated them from the other side of the space. When they entered the ancient netherworld ruins again, the cold netherworld chi once again surrounded them from all directions and attached itself to their bodies. It seemed to want to invade their bodies, but it was automatically resisted by the tyrannical and pure power of the three people. It couldn't invade them in the slightest. However, this kind of invasion was invisible and subtle. It would slowly intensify with the passage of time. No matter how high your cultivation was or how strong your power was, it couldn't be completely avoided. The only difference was the length of time it took to resist the invasion. Chapter 2276. In the depths of the ancient netherworld ruins, there was an underground palace. On the throne sat a figure shrouded in darkness. It was like a black hole vortex, crazily devouring all the light in the surroundings. Chains that seemed to be condensed from smoke extended from the figure shrouded in the dark vortex to every corner of the underground palace, as if they were one with the underground palace. Below the throne, there was a dense group of people kneeling. All of them were shrouded in dark and cold nether chi. They were silent and motionless, as if they were statues. How dare you sneak into my underworld to steal the nether seed? You're courting death. Move out, all of you move out. Chase after and bring back that audacious thief. The figure in the dark vortex roared furiously. The chains that were burning with dark flames shook violently, emitting an ear-piercing sound that reverberated in the underground palace. Yes, below, a group of kneeling figures responded in a low voice. In the next moment, numerous figures leaped up and transformed into streaks of gray lightning that flew out of the underground palace. They followed the complicated passageways and rushed out of the underground palace from the secret entrances and exits, appearing on the ground of the ancient netherworld ruins. They quickly communicated with each other and quickly dispersed, forming a fan shape as they rushed out in all directions. Their speed was astonishing. With Yunyanxin and Li Jiayin, Chunzong and the other two entered the ancient netherworld ruins. Although Chunzong was affected by the heart demon and could not display his full combat strength, his current combat strength was not bad. It was a pity that although the three of them found a few heaven underworld ancient trees, they either did not bear fruit, were far from ripening, or had been destroyed. Previously, the heaven underworld ancient tree was one of the most common mysteries in the ancient netherworld ruins. However, due to the ripening of the fruits, it attracted powerful underworld beasts and was destroyed. Because of this, the number of heaven underworld ancient trees kept decreasing. If this continued, it would become a scarce resource. Although they did not obtain the heaven underworld fruit, the three of them were lucky and found a king of Hell Palace. A king of Hell Palace that had not been broken through yet. But here came the problem. The Nether King Palace was divided into different levels, and there was a restriction on one's cultivation level. Although Chunzong's combat strength was affected by his inner demon, he was still a Yuan underworld cultivator. On the other hand, Yunyanxin and Li Jiayin were both at the Dao manipulation realm. One was at the 8 refinement realm, while the other was at the 9 refinement realm. However, the opportunity was right in front of him, and he couldn't miss it. Nianxin, you and senior sisterly go and have a try first. Chunzong said. His relationship with Li Jiayin was rather ordinary, and she was Yunyanxin's senior sister. Therefore, it was quite appropriate to address Li Jiayin as senior sisterly. Yunyanxin and Li Jiayin didn't decline. The opportunity was right in front of them. So, of course, they had to seize it. The path of cultivation was full of hardships. No matter how talented a cultivator was, they had to seize every opportunity that was beneficial to them. Yunyanxin and Li Jiayin moved forward. When they came into contact with the door of the king of Hell Palace, they immediately passed through it. This was a low-level Nether King Palace. You go ahead, I'll wait outside. Chunzong smiled. Thank you very much. Li Jiayin was very grateful. Yunyanxin smiled at Chunzong and stepped into the king of Hell Palace. Chunzong tried and found that there was a force blocking him. Indeed, he couldn't enter. Then he had to wait outside. Of course, Chinzong wasn't stupid enough to waste time waiting. Instead, he paid attention to the movements around him with the three realms of mind. He cultivated and comprehended at the same time. He didn't waste any time. Although he couldn't give full play to his combat power due to the interference of the inner demon, and he couldn't even use the supreme Lingwu method normally, this didn't hinder his own cultivation and comprehension. Previously, he had eaten more than 100 Tianming fruits, which stimulated a lot of his potential. It was in an active state, and it was easier for him to cultivate and transform it into his own strength, thereby increasing his combat power. Time passed slowly. Yun Yinxin and Li Jiayin entered the low-level Nether King Palace to challenge. Shenzong wasn't clear about the situation, but he couldn't lend a helping hand, so he could only wait here. Two figures in white robes quickly flew over from afar. Nether King Palace. The two figures saw the Nether King Palace from afar and immediately showed a touch of joy. They quickly approached. Immediately, they saw the person standing in front of the Nether King Palace. "It's you." Ao Xingming frowned slightly. "It's him." Bai Songdai also frowned. "Your Excellency, didn't you leave the ancient Netherworld ruins?" After approaching, Ao Xingming stared at Chinzong and asked with a smile, "Are you in charge of the ancient Netherworld ruins?" Chinzong asked in a neither fast nor slow manner. What he meant was that he could come and go as he pleased in the ancient Netherworld ruins. It had nothing to do with him. Ao Shengming's gentlemanly and modest face seemed to pause for a moment, and a touch of coldness flashed in his eyes. However, it was just a flash. If it wasn't for Chun Zong's sharp senses, he wouldn't have noticed it. "Your Excellency's legs are on your body. It's your freedom to go wherever you want." Ao Xingming smiled again. "However, where are my two junior sisters from the Ice Saint Palace?" "Inside." Shenzong responded and didn't say anything else. Ao Xingming looked like a gentleman on the surface, but his heart wasn't like that. Shenzong didn't intend to be long-winded with such a person. Low-level Nether King Palace. Bai Songdai was overjoyed when she heard this. Her cultivation was at the 9th transformation of the Dao controlling realm, and her combat power was at the 11-star level. It was most suitable for her to challenge the low-level Nether King Palace. In her joy, Bai Songye's figure moved. Like a bird spreading its wings, she quickly rushed toward the gate of the low-level Nether King Palace. However, Bai Songdai found that she couldn't get close to the gate of the Nether King Palace at all. She was blocked by a sword light. The sword light was faint, and its brilliance was like autumn water. It was like a stream flowing through the void, but it was filled with an extremely shocking sharpness. As soon as she got close, Bai Songdai could feel the shocking sharpness. It seemed to cut across her body, as if it was going to cut her in half. It was extremely terrifying. "What do you mean?" Bai Songye's face darkened. "There's already someone." Chunzong's tone was indifferent. Besides waiting for Yun Yinxin, Chunzong stayed behind to guard and prevent others from entering. He didn't want to disturb Yun Yinxin's challenge of the Nether King Palace. "Your Excellency, you're too overbearing." Ao Shengming frowned. His tone wasn't as modest as before. It was cold and harsh. However, Chunzong didn't speak again. It was obvious that he didn't want to bother. Ao Shengming's gaze became even colder. "If that's the case, then I'll offend you." The moment he finished speaking, Ao Shengming attacked. The long sword at his waist left its scabbard, and an extremely bright sword light sprayed out from his hand. The sword light was sharp, and it was filled with an endless chill. As soon as it appeared, it tore through the air and charged forward. Frost gathered and spread out along the way. Ao Shengming was a genius at the initial level of the Yuanming realm. His battle strength had reached the 2-star level when he unleashed his sword. Shenzong didn't move. He didn't unsheath the long sword at his waist. He just used his finger to replace the sword. As the sword light flickered, it seemed to exist between existence and nothingness as it silently pierced through the air. The sword light seemed to be faintly discernible, but it was dazzling and resplendent. In an instant, it collided with Ao Shengming's sword. There was a faint sound of metal clashing. It was the collision of the sword light. The sword light was so condensed that it seemed to have turned into a solid object. In an instant, the sword light shattered one after another. Ao Xingming was slightly surprised. The other party had a sword at his waist, so he was obviously a swordsman. However, his sword was evenly matched with his sword without being unsheathed. This meant that the other party's battle strength was higher than he had imagined. However, the other party didn't draw his sword. Was he looking down on him? In his anger, Ao Shengming displayed the Ice Dragon Path's inherited sword technique. As his sword pierced through the air, the faint roar of a dragon could be heard. The sword light instantly transformed into a white ice dragon. Its eyes seemed to be burning with blue ice fire. Its body swayed as it bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It was as if it was controlling the 9 heavens as it instantly attacked. The chill suddenly descended and attacked as if it wanted to completely freeze Chunzong. The shocking chill also made Chunzong feel cold. The power of this sword had been raised to the peak of the 2-star level. However, Chunzong still didn't draw his sword. His true strength lay in the sword. Without a sword, he would not be able to unleash his full strength. However, with the increase in his cultivation and the strengthening of the way of the sword, Chunzong would still be able to unleash shocking battle prowess, even without a sword. His sword pierced through the air. It seemed that he was overestimating himself. However, the extremely resplendent sword light pierced through the air in an instant. Collision. It collapsed again. Fury. Ao Xingming was extremely furious. He immediately activated all of his strength. The dragon's roar was extremely loud and resounding. The roar reverberated through the air and shook the void. As the ripples spread, the surrounding nether chi was directly frozen and turned into an ice ring, covering Ao Shengming's body. Full strength, endless cold energy surged and poured into the sword in his hand. It was flowing with brilliant colors like countless small snakes slithering around and finally condensing. The ice dragon said, "Dragon roaming the world." The sword struck out. In an instant, a lifelike ice dragon that was more than 10 meters long broke through the air. Its sharp claws were terrifying. The chill descended and froze the surroundings. A frost quickly spread and turned into an ice path in the void. It took the lead to rush toward Chunzong. The shocking chill continued to invade Chunzong as if it wanted to freeze him. This kind of power had surpassed the 2-star level and reached the 3-star level. Chunzong felt threatened. After all, his combat strength was restrained by his inner demon. Currently, he could only display the 3-star level at most. He drew his sword. In an instant, the Extreme Heart Phaseless Sword was unsheathed. It was like a flash of the absolute beginning divine light, sweeping across the sky and sweeping everything in its path. The sword technique of heart refinement. Sword 3. Affected by the inner demon, Chunzong's control of the realm of Sword Tao was also weakened. He could only display the complete Sword 3 and the incomplete Sword 4. Sword 3 was enough to deal with Ao Xingming's sword. The extremely condensed sword was extremely powerful and could pierce through everything. The path of frost was pierced through in an instant. Immediately, the ice dragon that was more than 10 meters long was also pierced through. The same 3-star battle strength attack. However, the power of Chunzong's sword was more condensed. Ao Xingming's full-strength sword could not block it. Chapter 2277. The ice dragon shattered, turning into countless frost fragments that scattered in all directions. Then, like the exploding cold ice star ring, it swept through the surroundings, freezing everything in its path. Frost spread, and a layer of frost appeared on the grayish-black ground. Ao Xingming took 3 steps back. Each step left an inch-long footprint on hard ground. His face was red at first, then slightly pale. The long sword carved with dragon patterns was trembling. "Let's go." Glancing at Bai Songdai, Ao Xingming shouted coldly, turned around, and left quickly. He didn't wait for Bai Songdai. Bai Songdai was dumbfounded at first. Then, she reacted. Suppressing the shock in her heart, she immediately used her movement technique to chase after Ao Shengming while shouting, "Senior brother Ao, wait for me." Shenzong didn't chase after her. He put his sword back into the sheath and continued to comprehend and cultivate. Not long after, wisps of cold aura spread rapidly from afar. It was getting more and more intense. Shenzong's face became cold and solemn. His eyes flashed with a cold light as he gazed over. From afar, Shenzong saw wisps of dark aura appear from afar. They were unceasingly surging like waves. Underworld beast. Shenzong slightly frowned, but he didn't feel like it. Underworld dwellers. Yes, it was the underworld dwellers. Moreover, there was more than one. Through the aura, Shenzong could judge that there were 3 underworld dwellers approaching. None of them was weak. 2 low-level underworld dwellers and 1 middle-level underworld dweller. The 3 underworld dwellers also noticed Shenzong's existence. They immediately rushed over. Without exchanging any words, the 3 underworld dwellers closed in on Shenzong. The mid-level underworld dweller even attacked directly. He leaped into the sky and slapped out with his palm. Cold underworld chi surged and gathered from all directions. The terrifying aura attack seemed to want to suppress Shenzong. The moment the underworld hand approached, the middle-level underworld dweller's 5 fingers suddenly bent like an eagle's claw. It turned into an underworld claw and mercilessly grabbed, as if it wanted to crush Shenzong's body in the air. In an instant, a sword light flashed. The long sword was unsheathed and mercilessly attacked. Within the ancient netherworld ruins, nether beasts and nether dwellers had always been at odds with the cultivators. Of course, it wasn't that they had to be at odds with each other. It was just that once they saw a cultivator, the nether beasts and nether dwellers would kill them. However, the difference between the underworld beasts and the underworld beasts was that the underworld beasts did not have much intelligence. They would kill or eat the cultivators they encountered. The underworld beasts, on the other hand, had intelligence because they were humans in the past. Therefore, when they encountered cultivators, other than killing them, the underworld dwellers would also severely injure the cultivators before capturing them and transforming them into new underworld dwellers. It was better to share it with others than to share it with others. As a cultivator, no one wanted to become a nether dweller and stay in the ancient netherworld ruins for the rest of their lives without being able to return to the void. However, what was done could not be undone. Due to their twisted nature, they naturally wanted to share this happiness with other cultivators and let them enjoy it. Therefore, when this mid-stage underworld dweller attacked, he seemed to be merciless and seemed to want to crush Shenzong. However, that wasn't the case. His purpose was only to injure or cripple Shenzong and directly capture him. As for being crippled, as long as he didn't die on the spot, all injuries would be healed when he was transformed into a nether dweller. Even broken limbs would be regenerated. The sword light tore through the sky. Shenzong would not be merciful against a nether dweller. He wanted to end the battle quickly. After breaking the mid-stage underworld dweller's claw, the sword light scattered and unfolded like a picture scroll. Great world sword technique, forest of 1,000 trees. Numerous large trees condensed from sword chi shot down from the sky. In an instant, they suppressed the mid-stage underworld dweller. It was as if he had fallen into a forest of sword chi that was several thousand meters in circumference. They directly trapped the mid-stage underworld dweller. The dense sword chi wreaked havoc in all directions, causing the nether energy that surrounded the mid-stage underworld dweller to be continuously shattered. The Great World Sword technique didn't pay attention to lethality, but it didn't mean that it lacked lethality. It was just that compared to the sword technique of heart refinement, its lethality wasn't as strong. However, compared to many other sword techniques, the power of the Great World Sword technique was still very impressive. Unable to move, the mid-stage underworld dweller was directly suppressed and couldn't move. Although his fighting strength wasn't weak, it was still a little weaker than Shenzong. The sword light tore through the sky and directly penetrated the underworld dweller's defense. The sword chi entered his body and wantonly exploded inside, killing him directly. The other two low-stage underworld dwellers were rapidly approaching. As soon as he saw them, Don was greatly frightened. He didn't hesitate to retreat and quickly escaped. Chunzong's gaze focused as a wisp of cold light shot out. After that, a sword light flashed as two strands of sword chi tore through the sky and arrived first. They directly traversed a few thousand meters and struck the two low-rank nether dwellers. The two low-stage underworld dwellers, who were fleeing at full speed, fell forward and directly fell to the ground, unable to get up. Dead. However, Chunzong didn't feel relaxed at all. Instead, his face was solemn. It was because strands of nether energy were surging in the distance. It was the same as before, but more intense. Underworld dwellers. Other underworld dwellers were approaching. Through their auras, they seemed to be even more powerful. It was you who killed them. There was only one underworld dweller approaching. His cold and deep eyes glanced at the three corpses far away from him. Then, he looked at Chunzong, emitting an endless, murderous aura. Chunzong's face was solemn. He didn't answer. This underworld dweller gave him a strong sense of danger. The cold nether energy, mixed with the blazing cold, murderous aura, attacked him like an invisible storm, making his hair stand on end. Strong. This underworld dweller was very strong. With his current fighting strength, he estimated that he was no match for him. Mind Devil, quickly stop interfering. Chunzong silently called out. No, unless you give up the control of your body. The Mind Devil was very straightforward. Chunzong didn't have time to quarrel with the Mind Devil because the underworld dweller's figure flashed. It was like a dark gray ghost, silently appearing in front of Chunzong. Through the cold nether energy, Chunzong saw a pair of deep red eyes. Those eyes seemed to be able to absorb souls, making Chunzong couldn't help but tremble. Without any sound, the underworld dweller's finger pierced through the air, directly stabbing toward Chunzong's heart. That finger condensed the extremely terrifying cold nether energy. Before it arrived, Chunzong's heart had already trembled. A strand of extremely terrifying cold energy passed through his chest, directly attacking his heart as if it wanted to freeze Chunzong's heart. Along with the invasion of the cold energy, Chunzong felt that his blood and chi were also affected. It moved sluggishly as if it was about to be frozen. With the invasion of the cold energy and the stagnation of his blood and chi, Chunzong only felt that his strength seemed to become lazy, like a person who didn't sleep enough and couldn't exert it. With a thump, like the beating of a drum, his heart suddenly jumped in an instant and burst out a strong force, directly shattering the invading cold energy. The sluggish blood and chi were also stimulated in an instant and became active again. With a flash of sword light, like an iron chain crossing the river, like a stroke of God, it directly blocked the underworld dweller's extremely fierce finger attack. The sword belonged to the category of short weapons, much longer than a finger. In such a close-range attack, it was undoubtedly very inappropriate to use a sword to deal with it. But in Chunzong's hand, this sword was very suitable. It was like his own arm or his own finger. As long as there was a little space, he could stretch it out very flexibly and freely. At the moment when the sword body blocked the finger attack, it suddenly rotated and cut horizontally with the sword blade, trying to cut the finger. However, the finger burst out an amazing force in an instant. After breaking Chunzong's sword blade, it bypassed the sword body and pointed at Chunzong's glabella. However, under the control of Chunzong, the sword met the attack. In just a few breaths, the two sides fought hundreds of times in a very close distance. Each time, it was extremely dangerous. If one was careless, he would be hit. No matter if he was hit by the finger or the sword, it was inevitable that he would be seriously injured. However, no matter if it was the underworld dweller or Chunzong, they were not injured. You have some skills. The underworld dweller didn't use his full strength, but he also used a lot of his strength. Unexpectedly, he was still resisted. This kind of sword technique was really superb. Then, taste my underworld martial arts." As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely powerful cold nether energy suddenly exploded from within his body. It was like an ancient volcano had erupted, and it shook the heavens and the earth. Boundless cold nether energy swept over from all directions. It was as if dark clouds covered the sky, as if the sea was flowing, as if the mountains were collapsing and the tsunamis were collapsing. Endless darkness shrouded the area, and endless momentum spread out. The area within a radius of a few miles was directly shrouded. The temperature in the air continued to drop, and Chunzong felt as if his soul was being frozen. Underworld martial arts. Chunzong slightly frowned. It sounded like the underworld dwellers' martial arts, or it was related to it. However, he had never seen it before. This was the first time. Although he had never seen it before, this kind of power was very terrible, so Chunzong had to be ready for it. "Inner demon, if you don't let me use my full strength, you and I will both die," Chunzong said to the inner demon. At this moment, the inner demon was arrogant, and he didn't give up the control of the primordial spirit. Unless Chunzong gave up the control of his body, he wouldn't give in. Chunzong felt very tired, but he couldn't do anything to the inner demon. There was no time to think. The underworld dwellers' underworld martial arts attacked. The endless cold underworld chi and the underworld power merged into one, condensing into a huge black shadow, as if the underworld god had appeared in the world. That black shadow was 100 meters tall, and it floated in the air. Its eyes were empty, as if they were connected to the underworld. As he looked down, Chunzong felt his soul tremble. He had a feeling that his soul was about to leave his soul, as if it was about to fly out of his divine sea and enter the huge black shadow's empty eye sockets. He constantly fell into the darkness, into the abyss, and into eternal oblivion. Immediately afterward, the huge shadow raised its arm and pointed a finger at the air. A black light condensed in an instant, like an aurora piercing through the void, shot out like a white horse, and directly attacked Chunzong. Endless auras continued to gather towards the black light from all directions. They all entered it, causing the black light to become even more condensed. It was so black that it was deep and blazing. The shock of the spiritual soul and the underworld power attack, the double attack, immediately put Chunzong in danger. Chunzong also came to his senses in an instant, and his expression changed. The 12th heart fire burned, and the power of the Taichu sword original body burst out. The sword in his hand instantly turned into flowing light and scattered into countless sword lights, surrounding in all directions. Great Zhou Sword Realm. Chapter 2278. Author's note. Lu Dao was invited by Zongheng to Beijing to participate in the October Literature Month Symposium. He has only just returned, so he declined today's update. Here is the first update. The black light continued to shoot down like a meteor or a black hole. It continued to devour the cold nether chi from all directions. The nether chi was dense and surging like a vast ocean. The light gradually condensed. The light became more and more restrained, but also more and more resplendent. It was like a black sun. Finally, it condensed into a huge black finger. It was more than a meter long. It was like a giant's finger pointed downwards. Endless smoke lingered around it, like the remains of a burning flame. As the finger pointed downwards, the terrifying pressure caused the ground to collapse and shatter. Under the extremely terrifying finger, the great heavenly cycle sword realm that revolved around his body caved in. Countless sword flashes constantly surged towards the caved in, blocking the terrifying pressure of the finger. The sword flashes rapidly dispersed from within like a school of fish. They took away strands of the astonishing finger pressure and dispersed it. However, the pressure of the finger was too strong. Even though the great heavenly cycle sword realm was being weakened, it could not withstand the pressure. The sword radiance is shattered, unable to withstand the pressure. The defensive power of the great heavenly cycle sword realm was extremely shocking. Even if one's combat power was higher than Qinzong's, one would not be able to break through it. However, the finger of the huge black shadow brought great pressure to the great heavenly cycle sword realm. To put it simply, due to the mental demons, Qinzong could only unleash the combat power of a 3-star. Even if he used all his strength, he could only reach the level of a 4-star. Once the great heavenly cycle sword realm was used, even a peak 4-star combat power would not be able to break through it. It could even withstand the attacks of a 5-star combat power to a certain extent. However, the power of the finger was constantly increasing. It went from a normal 5-star combat power to a peak 5-star combat power. The sound of strings snapping could be heard continuously. It was the sound of sword radiances shattering. It cannot be blocked. Under the situation where one's combat power was restricted, even if the great heavenly cycle sword realm had amazing defensive power, it could not withstand such a shocking attack. The difference in combat power was too obvious. The finger that was more than a meter long seemed to have the weight of a mountain. It carried a terrifying power that could crush everything. The great heavenly cycle sword realm caved in continuously. The sword radiances shattered and finally, it was broken. The moment it was broken, the countless sword radiances shot out. The finger mercilessly hit Qinzong's chest. Layers of defense was immediately shattered. The heart treasure's heart garment, and the treasure's storage's energy, and it could only be absorbed. The remaining 30% also erupted with astonishing power. Qinzong felt as if his chest was being crushed by a compressed mountain. He felt as if his chest was about to shatter. If it wasn't for the fact that the Hardine treasure robe had weakened the attack by 50% and that his body was extremely strong, he would have been seriously injured by the attack. Even so, Qinzong was still pushed back hundreds of meters. A wave of pain spread from his chest and radiated all over his body. There was also an extremely cold force that kept invading his body, trying to destroy his internal organs and stagnate his qi and blood. At the same time, Qinzong also felt that his vital spirit was shaking and the chill was attacking him as if it was going to freeze him. Although Qinzong blocked the attack with his heavy defense, he was still at a disadvantage. He actually blocked it. The Dark Dweller was a little surprised. Who would have thought that Ming Wu's attack would be blocked by Lin Fan? What a great material. The more outstanding a cultivator was, the more powerful he would be after being transformed into a Dark Dweller. For example, he was a talented cultivator, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to cultivate Mingwu. This was the inheritance of the Middle Ages, which could only be found in the ancient Netherworld ruins. It was an extremely powerful inheritance. Yi Fuqian had only grasped the basics of it. If he grasped more of it, it would be even more powerful. So, even if he blocked the first attack, could he block the second one? Mingwu, especially in a place like the ancient Netherworld ruins where the dark qi was rich, its power was extremely terrifying. The 100-meter-tall giant shadow attacked again and pointed out a finger. The black light condensed and broke through the sky like a meteor chasing after the moon. The black light was like a black hole, crazily devouring the dark qi, and rapidly grew. It condensed into a giant finger again, which was more than 1 meter long and reached 2 meters long. The 2-meter-long dark giant finger contained a terrifying power, which made Qinzong's expression change. Instant space, sword escape. Qinzong's figure turned into a sword light and instantly disappeared into the void. The place where he disappeared was immediately hit by the giant finger. The ground was broken, and a crack continuously rushed forward directly for thousands of meters, as if it was plowed by a bull. Qinzong's figure appeared not far away, and his expression was dignified. Although he had just avoided it, it was very dangerous, and he was almost hit. Even if he avoided it, his vital spirit was still affected. Another bad thing was that he couldn't leave, because Yu Nianxin and Li Jiayin hadn't come out yet. With the instant space sword escape, he couldn't defeat the Dark Dweller, but he could escape, and the success rate was very high. But if he left, if Yunyin and Li Jian happened to leave the Nether King Palace, they would either be killed by the Dark Dweller or be captured alive. He couldn't leave, but it was also difficult to resist. The Dark Dweller's Mingwu was very powerful, and also had the power to attack the vital spirit. Once or twice was nothing, but multiple attacks would still affect his vital spirit. Inner Demon, you know the situation now. If we continue, it will be bad for both of us. Chunzong said to the Inner Demon again. No, you're wrong. It will be bad for you, not for me. The Inner Demon laughed. Either you take the initiative to give up your body and let me control it, or wait until the Dark Dweller severely injures you. At that time, I will be able to seize control of your body. Chunzong was speechless, because what the Inner Demon said was quite reasonable. He couldn't leave. The Dark Dweller kept attacking. Even if it couldn't hit him, it would affect his vital spirit, and eventually, his vital spirit would be damaged. When the vital spirit was damaged, it would affect the spirit. At that time, the Inner Demon would seize the opportunity to seize more control of his vital spirit and eventually suppress his consciousness. What should he do now? At this moment, Chunzong didn't have any good ideas. It was impossible to give up control of his body. Once he gave it up, it would be extremely difficult to take it back, and he might not even have a chance. Another finger pierced through the air, and the tyrannical power of the finger seemed to be able to destroy a mountain. Chunzong used the instant space sword escape to dodge again, while thinking about how to break the situation. The Inner Demon kept mocking him in his vital spirit. Think about it. If you can't solve the problem in front of you, what will you do when that little girl comes out? It's not easy to find her, but she will be smashed into meat paste. What a wonderful scene. Chunzong couldn't help but frown. The Inner Demon was really difficult to deal with, and now it had grasped the point that he couldn't avoid. Run away directly? He couldn't do it. Give up his body? He couldn't do it either. Chunzong finally understood the feeling of being in a dilemma. The Inner Demon, however, acted as if it had nothing to do with him, and kept disturbing Chunzong with all kinds of cynicism. In a word, it wanted to make Chunzong unable to exert his strength. Either he gave up his body, or he was seriously injured, and then the Inner Demon would have a chance to take advantage of it. As long as the Inner Demon seized control of his vital spirit and body, it would be impossible for him to take it back. Another finger attack came, and Chunzong used the instant space sword again to dodge it. During this time, Chunzong also launched a counterattack, but he couldn't get close to the Inner Demon at all. That 100-meter-tall shadow could not only attack, but also defend. Unless he was more powerful than the Inner Demon, he wouldn't be able to break it and attack the Dark Dweller inside. The situation was very unfavorable for Chunzong. Unless the Inner Demon let go of part of the control of his vital spirit, he would be able to use his full strength. At that time, he wouldn't need to use the Lingwu Supreme Art. He only needed to use his Qi Refining Realm or Body Refining Realm to break the defense of the 100-meter-tall shadow and kill the Dark Dweller inside. The problem was that the Inner Demon was too difficult to deal with, and it wouldn't give in even half a step. Suddenly, Mingwu opened his palm and slammed it down from the sky. That huge palm absorbed an endless amount of dark Qi and kept expanding until it was 100 meters tall. It covered the sky like a black mountain, and the yin Qi it emitted was bone-chilling. Chunzong could feel that his vital spirit was being attacked by the yin Qi, and it became slower and slower. Moreover, the space around him seemed to be suppressed and became more solid. It was harder to use the instant space sword again. This Mingwu was so terrifying. Sword Art of Heart Refining. Sword 3. He slashed out with his sword, and the sword light pierced through the air toward the huge palm. Using the Taichu sword Origin's sharpness, it pierced through the huge palm. However, it was useless. As the giant palm struck down, Chunzong's entire body was almost frozen stiff under the astonishing pressure. His primordial spirit was also crazily attacked by the cold aura. For a moment, Chunzong felt that it was extremely difficult to use the instant space sword technique. However, under his superb control, Chunzong still turned into a beam of sword light and instantly escaped into the void. Boom! The huge palm struck down like a heavy and cold mountain. The earth shook and the hard ground caved in directly. 100-meter-long palm print was blasted out, and the ground caved in by more than 3 meters. Countless cracks spread out like lightning in the surroundings, covering a radius of several thousand meters. If he was hit by such a terrifying palm, Chunzong wouldn't be able to take it, even with the defense of the heart-sealed treasure robe and the world god body. You're still alive. The Dark Dweller was surprised when he felt Chunzong's aura. At the critical moment, Chunzong forcefully burst out more of his mind power to break through the pressure and use the instant space sword escape to avoid the giant palm in time. Even so, he was still hit by the impact. His Yuan spirit was shaken, and his whole body was cold. His fighting power was affected again. The situation was very unfavorable for him, and Yun Yinshin could leave the Nether King Palace and appear here at any time. The two of them were only in the Dao controlling realm. Even if they broke through to the Origin Demon realm, they wouldn't be a match for the Dark Dweller. Chunzong was thinking quickly as he used the Taichu sword origin technique. Chapter 2279. Here comes the second update. Sorry to keep you waiting. Little guy, it seems that you are in a lot of trouble. A mocking voice abruptly rang out, and it came from his heart. At the same time, Chunzong felt an illusory figure appear in his heart palace. It quickly solidified. It was a figure dressed in a black robe. It had the appearance of a middle-aged man. His expression was cold, and his eyes were indifferent. He was like a god who was high above. His indifferent eyes seemed to have seen through the mortal world and seen through all mysteries. Chunzong was slightly surprised, and then he was delighted. Senior Demon Heart. Chunzong responded in his heart. Yes, this was the demon heart of the god that he had formed a contract with in the god's spiritual tomb. It was the most powerful god in the entire god's spiritual tomb. After forming a contract with him, the demon heart of the god's spiritual tomb entered his mind and fell asleep. The benefit it brought to him was the second mind. However, the second mind could not directly enhance his battle strength. It could only increase his fighting ability and endurance. When facing an opponent of equal strength, the ability to fight for a long time was very useful. However, when facing an opponent with a clear gap in fighting strength, it was very difficult. For example, now that the Dark Dweller's fighting strength was better than his, he could have resisted him with his excellent swordsmanship. However, after the Dark Dweller displayed the so-called dark martial art, his fighting strength soared and became more terrifying. It was difficult to resist. Although he could get away, he could not get away. This is the ancient Netherworld ruins. After the demon heart woke up, he could feel everything in the outside world. He could not help but say, "Little guy, the demon heart is a bit interesting. I am much more interesting than him." The demon heart laughed strangely and said, "Come and help me suppress it." Before Chunzong could say anything, the demon heart spoke first and asked the demon heart of the god's spiritual tomb to help him suppress Chunzong's consciousness. "Little guy, this inner demon has limited your combat strength, right? If that's the case." The devil's heart ignored the inner demon and said to Chunzong. The devil's heart did not finish its words, but in an instant, an astonishing and invisible force descended on Chunzong's vital spirit. Chunzong felt that his primordial spirit was suppressed by a supreme power. That power was as high as the stars in the ninth heaven, and as ancient as the sun and the moon hanging in the sky. Unable to move, it was like time and space had frozen. The inner demons in his soul had been suppressed as well, unable to resist at all. Then, the terrifying force seeped into his primordial spirit and suppressed his inner demons. Chunzong also felt that he had gained full control of his primordial spirit. In other words, he had regained full control of his primordial spirit and was no longer affected by the inner devil. Power, combat strength. He had completely returned. Thank you, Senior Devil Heart. Chunzong quickly said. Well, let me see your combat strength, the Devil's Heart said unhurriedly. Although he chose Chunzong because he approved of Chunzong, the Devil's Heart did not know what level Chunzong's combat strength had reached. After all, he had been in a deep sleep and had just woken up. The inner devil had been suppressed, and he had gained full control of his primordial spirit. His combat strength was no longer affected. Chunzong felt a sense of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. It was a wonderful feeling. It seemed like a long time had passed since the Devil's Heart had awakened, and the inner devil had been suppressed. But in fact, it had not even been 1/100th of a second. The 100-meter-tall black shadow attacked again, and another palm fell from the sky. The sky roared, and the earth trembled. The power of this attack was very terrifying. It had completely reached the level of a top 5-star battle strength, or even surpassed it. It was infinitely close to the level of a 6-star battle strength. If he had faced this attack before, Chunzong would have had to dodge in a panic. He might even have been hit, and even if he did not die, he would have been severely injured. But now, Chunzong had no intention of dodging at all. Instead, he revealed an expression that was not a smile. He had been suppressed before, but now, the Taichu sword essence surged in his body as if thousands of swords were running. It vaguely emitted the sound of wind and thunder. Sword technique of heart refinement. Sword 4. There was no need to use any secret techniques. He only needed to rely on his chi cultivation and sword technique. In an instant, the sword principal domain of 5,000 meters was integrated into the sword. The extremely dazzling sword light pierced through the void and shot out, easily piercing through the giant palm. Chunzong frowned slightly. The giant palm was pierced through and torn apart by the sword chi, but it was not completely shattered. It continued to fall. The second sword was not a straight stab, but a slash across the sky. An incomparably stunning sword light shot through the air with an irresistible force. It was as if a sharp blade was cutting through tofu as it easily split apart the huge palm that was descending with terrifying power. Boom! The giant palm that was split apart fell down, shaking the ground. 2 craters appeared on the left and right sides of Chunzong. Chunzong was in the middle, so he did not receive any attack. Even the shock caused by the giant palm falling to the ground could not affect Chunzong at all. It was all blocked by the invisible sword chi. Dark dust billowed. Chunzong stood with his sword, gazing at the dark dweller. How could it be? The dark dweller widened his dark eyes, his face full of shock and disbelief. A moment ago, this cultivator was running for his life under the attack of Mingwu. Now, he could split Mingwu's palm with one sword. What happened? Incomprehensible. Completely incomprehensible. Could it be that he was playing with him before? It should not be. For a moment, the dark dweller's thoughts were in a mess. It was all because the gap between Chunzong's fighting strength was too big. Chunzong did not give the dark dweller too much time to think. He wielded his long sword, and a sword light cut through the air like the light of the beginning of the world. Sword technique of heart refining. 5th sword. The 6,000-meter-long sword domain was integrated into this sword. It was extremely powerful, like a crescent moon breaking through the sky. The 100-meter-tall shadow couldn't block this sword because this sword had the power of a 6-star warrior, a true 6-star warrior. The 100-meter-tall shadow was directly cut open. The sword light rushed forward, sweeping everything in its path. The dark dweller did not have time to dodge. He was also cut open along with the 100-meter-tall shadow. The sword light passed through his body, creating a 100-meter-long sword mark before disappearing. A fatal sword strike. The sword light flashed, and the long sword returned to its scabbard. Chunzong's eyes flashed, gazing at the dark dwellers. Indeed, they all had storage rings. The dark dwellers used to be cultivators. Naturally, they all had storage rings. However, the elixirs and techniques used by cultivators were not useful to the dark dwellers. After all, their physiques were different, and the techniques used by cultivators were not suitable for them. underworld martial arts was the most suitable technique for the Dark Dwellers to cultivate. However, not all of them could cultivate it successfully. In other words, most of the Dark Dwellers could not cultivate it in a short time. It was unknown whether the previous 3 Dark Dwellers had cultivated underworld martial arts or not. Anyway, they did not use it. Perhaps they had, but because of the difference in their fighting strength, they were killed by Chunzong before they could use it. The 4th Dark Dweller had the fighting strength of a 4-star warrior. However, because of the interference of the Heart Devil, his fighting strength could only be displayed at the peak of a 3-star warrior. He had to rely on his superb sword technique to barely resist the Dark Dweller, so the latter had to use underworld martial arts. Based on this conjecture, underworld martial arts could not be used easily. It had to be used as a trump card. The 4 Dark Dwellers had 4 storage rings. 3 of the storage rings did not contain anything good. To Chunzong, they were very ordinary. However, in the 4th storage ring, Chunzong found a dozen ripe sky underworld fruits, which was a pleasant surprise. Chunzong did not eat the sky underworld fruits. Just a dozen of them were helpful to him, but it was not that obvious. Little chap, you have just entered the mid-level of the Yuan underworld stage, yet you have the fighting strength of a 6-star warrior. This is unheard of. The demon heart's voice rang out in Chunzong's mind. He had just entered the mid-level of the Yuan underworld stage, yet his fighting strength had already reached the 6-star warrior level. This meant that his fighting strength had reached the peak of the 5-star warrior level when he had been at the initial level of the Yuan underworld stage. This was simply inconceivable. Even the demon heart himself had not possessed such fighting strength when he had been at the Yuan underworld stage. The demon heart vaguely remembered that when he had been at the initial level of the Yuan underworld stage, he had only raised his fighting strength to the peak of the 4-star warrior level. Back then, no one in the same generation as him had been able to surpass him. This junior from the Sky Palace, who had been chosen by him and had formed a contract with him, had actually surpassed him. Back then, when he had just entered the mid-level of the Yuan underworld stage, his fighting strength had increased to the 5-star warrior level after a period of consolidation. Compared to Chunzong, there had been a 1-star difference. The 1-star difference in fighting strength had been very obvious. Without any special abilities, he had been able to crush Chunzong. His fighting strength has already reached the 6-star warrior level when he has just entered the mid-level of the Yuan underworld stage. If he continues cultivating, reaching the 7-star warrior level won't be a problem. He might even reach the 8-star warrior level. The demon heart's indifferent eyes glinted with excitement. The higher the level of one's fighting strength, the harder it would be to raise it. However, after raising it, one would become even more powerful. The demon heart couldn't help but make some calculations. In this way, in the Yuan underworld stage, Chunzong's fighting strength would definitely be raised to the 12-star warrior level. To others, this was a chasm that was difficult to cross or even impossible to cross. However, for Chunzong it was nothing. He would be able to achieve it naturally. Even among the 12-star warrior level, he would be at the top. The demon heart was very happy. It was a good thing that the Sky Palace had such a junior. This meant that the Sky Palace could be passed down for a longer time and become even stronger. Perhaps the Sky Palace will have another sovereign in the future. The demon heart couldn't help but think to himself. A sovereign was beyond the Tao Venerate level. Even the demon heart hadn't broken through to the sovereign level back then. Even if he hadn't died, the demon heart hadn't had much confidence in breaking through to the sovereign level. Not only did it require talent, but it also required a combination of many other aspects. There was even a bit of luck involved. However, the demon heart now felt that Chunzong had a very high chance of breaking through to become the new sovereign in the future. With an additional sovereign, the Will Sky Palace would be stronger as a whole. The sovereign level was the pinnacle of fighting strength. Chapter 2280. Back to normal update time. When Demon Heart was a Tao Master, he had once explored the ancient Hades relic. His understanding of the ancient Hades relic was far beyond Chunzong's. Although Qinzong had the memory of Sword Master Daunting had only entered once. At that time, his cultivation was not very high, and he did not go deep. After that, he obtained other opportunities and did not enter again. The void was vast, and there were many secret realms. The ancient Hades relic was not the only relic from the Middle Ages. There were many others to choose from. Not only that, but there were also relics from the Ancient Ages and even the Archean Ages. Of course, those relics were relatively rare. Qinzong sorted out the information about the ancient Hades relic that Demon Heart had told him while waiting for Yunyanxin and Li Jiayin to come out. Although the battle was fierce, it did not last long. Now that the inner demon had been suppressed by Demon Heart's power, it could no longer interfere with Qinzong's combat strength. Gods were a special life form formed by the fusion of the mind and the remnant soul. With Demon Heart's power, it was not too difficult to suppress Qinzong's inner demon. After all, Demon Heart had already signed a contract with Qinzong. They were one, sharing honor and disgrace. Two figures appeared at the gate of the Nether King Palace. They were Yunyanxin and Li Jiayin. Their auras were still a little chaotic. Obviously, they had gone through a fierce battle. Qinzong also noticed that Yunyanxin's cultivation had broken through and reached the 9th transformation of the path controlling realm. Undoubtedly, her combat strength would be stronger. "Are you hurt?" Qinzong asked with a smile. "No." Yunyanxin looked around and saw the broken ground and a huge palm print. Suddenly, her expression changed and she was about to speak. "There were a few underworld dwellers just now. It's all right now." Qinzong smiled and said, "I'm not hurt either." Such tacit understanding. Li Jiayin teased, making Yunyanxin's ears turn slightly red. "Did you pass the Nether King Palace?" Qinzong asked again. "I've passed. I've obtained a token," Yunyanxin said as she took out the token. However, neither she nor Li Jiayin knew what kind of token it was. This is the Underworld God token. When the Underworld God Palace appears, you can enter with the Underworld God token, Qinzong said after looking at it. There were many rewards for challenging the Netherworld King Palace, and the Netherworld God token was one of them. Yunyanxin and Li Jiayin were the ones who challenged the King of Hell Palace. The only reward they received was a God of Hell token. As for how to distribute it, it was up to them to decide. On this point, Qinzong would not forcefully interfere. However, from the looks of it, the God of the Underworld token seemed to belong to Yunyanxin. "Little guy, is this girl your Taoist companion?" The Demon Heart asked. Only Qinzong could hear its voice. Even the suppressed inner demon couldn't hear it. Qinzong didn't know how to answer. "Is that so? Wasn't it? The path of cultivation is lonely. It's not bad to have someone to accompany you." The Demon Heart seemed to see Qinzong's embarrassment at this time. It smiled and then sighed. There seemed to be some nostalgia and loneliness in its words. This was a god with a story. This girl's bloodline is not ordinary. If it fully awakens, her potential will be extraordinary. Although she can't be compared to you, she can be your companion and explore the mysteries of Taoism together. After that, the Demon Heart fell silent and didn't speak anymore. The three of them set off again and went deeper into the ancient Netherworld ruins to find the Tianming ancient tree. A huge ancient tree, thousands of meters tall, stood on the dark ground. Above it, there were thick clouds, which seemed to be condensed by countless cold qi of the underworld. It was dark and heavy, as if it would fall at any time and crush the earth. Between the thick leaves, there were fist-sized fruits hanging. Each fruit was black in color. They were not ripe yet, but they were growing toward maturity. It seemed that they would be completely ripe soon. Nianxin, senior sister Li, go up the tree first. When the Tianming fruit is ripe, immediately pick it. Qinzong's eyes flashed, and he immediately transmitted his voice. But remember, if I say go, don't hesitate. Immediately retreat as fast as you can. The reason why Qinzong said this was because he was worried that some powerful underworld beasts would be attracted to this place, or some strong masters would appear. If he couldn't fight against them, then Yunyanxin and Li Jiayin would be no match for them. The gap between the Dao manipulation realm and the Yuanming realm was very obvious. Upon hearing Chunzong's words, Yun Yinxin and Li Jiai nodded and remembered it. Time passed slowly. The three of them had already climbed up the tree and chosen the place where the Tianming fruit was most concentrated. They hid there and waited for the moment when the Tianming fruit was ripe. Chunzong cultivated while paying attention to the movements around him. This was the mystery of the Heart Sutra. Yun Yinxin and Li Jiayin couldn't. They didn't dare cultivate and could only pay attention to the movements around them at all times, waiting for the moment when the Tianming fruit would ripen. The three of them didn't talk. They just waited quietly for the Tianming fruit to ripen. As the three of them watched, the color of the Tianming fruit deepened. Someone is coming. Chunzong's expression changed. Sure enough, two figures flew over at an astonishing speed. The Tianming fruit. It's about to ripen. Not bad. Our luck is really good. The conversation of these two people also reached Chunzong and the others' ears. They didn't conceal it in the slightest. Chunzong's expression sank slightly. He could acutely sense the aura fluctuations of these two people. They were both at the Yuanming realm. One was at the mid-level of the Yuanming realm, while the other was at the high level of the Yuanming realm. Chunzong wasn't afraid of the mid-level Yuanming realm cultivators, but the high-level Yuanming realm cultivators made Chunzong somewhat apprehensive. Someone's here. When the two mid-level and high-level Yuanming realm cultivators approached, they discovered Chunzong and the others on the tree. Come out. The mid-level Yuanming realm cultivator shouted. Don't blame me for making a move if you don't come out, the high-level Yuanming realm cultivator threatened. Stay here and don't move. Chunzong transmitted his voice to Yun Yinxin and Li Jiayin. Then he leaped down from the ancient tree that was a few hundred meters tall and stared at the two Yuanming realm cultivators. First come, first served. Chunzong's words were very brief, but they could be understood. Everything was about first come, first served. This could be considered reasonable. Of course, Chunzong also understood that in the face of benefits, reasoning often didn't work. However, sometimes it worked. In any case, it was just a matter of a few words. Chunzong was also considering the safety of Yun Yinxin and Li Jiayin. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to take care of the two of them if a battle broke out. The two of them were dressed in black robes, and their bodies were filled with dense, dark qi. It was similar to the dark qi in the ancient Netherworld ruins, but there were also differences. Clearly, the two of them were from a faction that cultivated dark qi cultivation arts. During the Middle Ages, the ancient Netherworld ruins had been an extremely powerful gathering place for dark qi cultivators. Although many things from the Middle Ages had been destroyed during the small calamity of the epoch, there were still some things that had been passed down. Naturally, there are also dark qi cultivation techniques. Of course, dark qi cultivation was considered a niche inheritance in the late ages. It required the corresponding talent. Although it was a niche inheritance, dark qi cultivators were very strong and very difficult to deal with. In a place like the ancient Netherworld ruins, they were like fish in water. In short, after a dark qi cultivator entered the ancient Netherworld ruins, their combat strength would increase by 20 to 30%. Dark qi cultivators were also the easiest cultivators to transform into dark beings. Once they transformed into dark beings, the increase in their strength would be even more terrifying. Chunzong's thoughts flashed as he stared at the two of them. The Will Sky Palace had a rich collection of ancient books. Chunzong had read a lot of them and had a better understanding of the void. Chunzong had also done some research on those powerful factions. Among them, there were very few dark qi cultivator factions that could be ranked. Among the celestial domain grade factions, there were only a few. The most powerful one was a top-grade celestial domain grade faction called the Refining Underworld Territory. It was a powerful faction on the same level as the Sacred Ice Palace and was second only to the 4 great sacred lands. First come, first served. The mid-level Yuan Underworld cultivator repeated in a mocking tone, as though he was mocking Chunzong. Where did you come from, rookie? Cut the crap. The Sky Underworld fruit is about to ripen. The high-level Yuan underworld cultivator shouted coldly. Once the sky underworld fruit ripened, it would immediately release a unique fragrance that would attract underworld beasts. If the underworld beasts attracted were very strong, it would undoubtedly be troublesome. Go to hell. The mid-level Yuan underworld cultivator grinned maliciously. His figure flashed, and he suddenly raised his palm. Extremely cold underworld power quickly gathered in the palm of his hand and spun like a small vortex. All his power was restrained, and his aura didn't leak out. However, Chunzong relied on his extremely sharp senses to sense that the power contained in that palm was extremely terrifying. Before it hit the target, the power would not leak out at all. But once it hit the target, it would immediately pour out and completely explode, causing terrifying damage and destruction. The palm approached gently, but its power was very terrifying. It blasted directly at Chunzong's heart without mercy. The palm broke through the air. It seemed light, but it was as fast as lightning. Chunzong felt his heart tremble as a cold aura permeated the air. If he was hit by this palm, he wouldn't feel good even if he had a tyrannical world-divine body. His heart would most likely be severely injured. This person's face was malevolent and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Meditation cultivators had always been unpopular in the void. They had always been synonymous with villains and were classified as demonic cultivators. The reason for this was that meditation cultivators had always been merciless and murderous. Take this palm strike, for example. Chunzong narrowed his eyes and a cold glint flashed. The sword light flickered and turned into an extremely resplendent strike that broke through the air. Since this person was merciless, he wouldn't hold back either. Just as the high-level Yuan underworld cultivator had said, the sky underworld fruit was about to ripen. It wasn't time to waste. He had to end this quickly. Lingwu Supreme Technique. 12 levels of heart flame. Taichu, sword, origin body. Heart refining sword art. Sword 5. The power of this sword was directly raised to the extreme. It was a combination of qi, refinement, and body tempering power. It was extremely terrifying. After the god's demon heart had awakened, it had been able to sense Chunzong's condition. After the contract had been signed, it was closely related to Chunzong. Simply put, it was dependent on Chunzong. If Chunzong died, the god would also die. However, if the god died, Chunzong wouldn't be injured. Chapter 2281. That sword was like the first ray of light that tore through the darkness, bringing light and illuminating all directions. That sword was like the primordial divine splendor that could split heaven and earth apart. That sword was like a demonic light that could destroy heaven and earth, extinguishing all life. It was a swift and fierce sword, an ultimate sword, and a sure kill sword. Kill. The sword light pierced through the air. It was extremely dazzling, resplendent, and extremely condensed. Everything around the sword light seemed to have sunk into dusky darkness, making it difficult to see anything. This sword, Demon Heart, who was in Chunzong's heart palace, was startled. He had actually superimposed the power of qi refinement and body refinement to form a new kind of power that was even more tyrannical and clearly stronger. Qi refinement and body refinement at the same time had already shocked him. However, Demon Heart still felt that it was a pity. After all, it would definitely take a lot of time and energy to achieve this. If Chunzong had spent all his time and energy on qi refinement, it would have been even better than now. However, after witnessing the profundity of the Lingwu Supreme Technique, Demon Heart didn't have such thoughts anymore. There was no doubt that cultivating qi refinement and body refinement at the same time would greatly enhance one's ability to protect oneself. There were many mysteries in the void, and some places would restrict qi refinement. At that time, body refinement would be able to play a great role. In some places, body refinement would be restricted, and one would have to rely on qi refinement. In this aspect, Chunzong could be considered to have done very well. He was better than many cultivators in the void and was more adaptable. Now, The power of chi refinement and body refinement could actually be combined to form an even more powerful force. Furthermore, it seemed to be able to be used as chi refinement power. It should also be able to be used as body refinement power. It was really mysterious. The power of this sword had directly surpassed the 6-star level and reached the 7-star level. It couldn't be blocked. The mid-level Yuan underworld meditating cultivator's expression changed drastically. He was horrified, but it was too late for him to withdraw his palm. He could only watch as the extremely sharp sword light pierced through the air. Not good. The high-level Yuan underworld cultivator also realized that things weren't looking good. His expression changed drastically as he immediately made his move. He pointed his finger, and a pitch-black finger force tore through the air with extreme, killing intent. It was as fast as lightning. The pitch-black finger force was extremely condensed. Like a dark magic light, it shot toward Chunzong mercilessly, intending to kill Chunzong directly with one finger. Sword 5 struck out. At the same time, the Extreme Heart Phaseless sword transformed into wisps of sword light that quickly dispersed and circled around Chunzong, turning into a dense mass of mysterious sword light that firmly surrounded Chunzong. Great Heavenly Cycle Sword Realm. At full strength, the Great Heavenly Cycle Sword Realm's defensive strength was astounding. The sword light pierced through the air and directly pierced through the palm of the mid-level Yuan underworld cultivator. It pierced through the palm like a hot knife through butter before moving along the arm. It was incomparably nimble as it pierced through the shoulder and into the body. Then, it exploded into countless rays of sword chi that wreaked havoc in the body, destroying all life and extinguishing all power. The tyrannical, demonic finger force arrived and shot toward the Great Heavenly Cycle Sword Realm. Chunzong was able to unleash a 7-star combat strength that was close to a peak 7-star combat strength. The Great Heavenly Cycle Sword Realm could withstand the attack of a peak 7-star combat strength without breaking. To a certain extent, it could even withstand the attack of an 8-star combat strength. The power of this high-level Yuan underworld cultivator's finger force barely reached the 8-star level under the amplification of the special environment of the ancient Netherworld ruins. The Great Heavenly Cycle Sword Realm immediately caved in as countless sword lights circulated and gathered from the outside, resisting the bombardment of the finger force before circulating and dispersing from the inside, continuously dividing the terrifying power of the finger force. Wonderful! Moxin's eyes lit up as he exclaimed inwardly. The person he had chosen to form a contract with was indeed more outstanding than he had expected. Whether it was cultivation, combat strength, talent, or swordsmanship, he had surpassed many cultivators. Even Moxin himself couldn't compare to him back in the day. His conventional combat strength was clearly only at the 6-star level. When he unleashed the secret technique of the Heart Heavenly Palace, he could only reach the peak of the 6-star level. However, he had also mastered a mysterious secret technique that could fuse the power of chi cultivation and body tempering cultivation, allowing his combat strength to break through the limit and reach the 7-star level. Now, he could even use a purely defensive sword move to block the attack of a peak 7-star or even an 8-star combat strength. Moxin was really pleasantly surprised. He was certain that when he was still in the Heart Heavenly Palace, no one could compare to Chunzong in terms of talent. At the same cultivation level, no one could compare to Chunzong in terms of combat strength. It was probably the same in the Heart Heavenly Palace now. Moxin even guessed that no one in the entire void with the same cultivation level was a match for Chunzong. Even among the foreign races, it would be difficult to find someone like him. Of course, this was just a guess. After all, the void was so vast, and there were still many places that had yet to be explored. There were many hidden mysteries, and no one dared to be 100% sure. But no matter what, Chunzong's battle prowess at his cultivation level was truly shocking. The mid-level Yuan Ming Realm Meditation cultivator died. His body was penetrated by countless sword chi, and blood spurted out from various parts of his body. His face was filled with disbelief, and his eyes were filled with horror as he fell forward. Blood gushed out and dyed the ground below his body. As for the high-level Yuan Ming cultivator's finger, it was blocked by the great heavenly cycle sword realm and couldn't break through. However, Chunzong's expression was solemn. He tried his best to maintain the great heavenly cycle sword realm and barely managed to resist. Chunzong heaved a sigh of relief when the finger energy was exhausted. If that finger had been a little stronger, it was very likely that it could have broken through the great heavenly cycle sword realm's defense. However, it could only break through the defense. It would be very difficult to injure him. The high-level Yuan Ming cultivator's expression changed when his attack didn't break through Chunzong's defense. He became even more ferocious, and shocking, murderous intent shot out from his eyes. Terrifying underworld power surged out from his body and rushed out in all directions. It quickly spread out and enveloped an area of more than a dozen meters. It became even colder and more shocking. Within the darkness of more than a dozen meters, pitch-black electric arcs flickered crazily. Each of the electric arcs contained a terrifying, destructive power. They became denser and denser, enveloping an area of more than a dozen meters. It was as if they wanted to destroy everything within a dozen meters and turn it into nothingness. Die! With a roar, the high-level Yuan Ming cultivator completely erupted. He even used a secret technique to increase his combat strength. In the unique environment of the ancient netherworld ruin, his combat strength had increased by 20 to 30%. It was even more shocking. He clenched his fists and aimed them at Chunzong. Streaks of dark electric arcs frantically gathered and completely covered his fists. It was as if they had turned into a destructive, dark electric fist. In the next moment, he flicked his left index finger and a pitch-black electric finger shot out. It seemed to shatter the void as it shot towards Chunzong at an astonishing speed. Then his right index finger also flicked and shot out a terrifying dark electric finger. It followed closely behind the first electric finger and shot towards Chunzong. Middle finger, ring finger, little finger, thumb. 10 streaks of destructive dark electric light shot out one after another from his 10 fingers. The power of each streak was at the 8-star level. It was extremely terrifying. It couldn't be blocked. The great heavenly cycle sword realm simply couldn't block such a terrifying finger force. Chunzong's expression was solemn, but there was also a hint of excitement. "Senior, I'll have to rely on you this time," Chunzong said to Mo Xen. Then, he formed a hand seal with his mind. Divine power borrowing. He muttered to himself. Under the hand seal, with his mind power, it landed on Mo Xen's body. In an instant, a majestic and vast power surged out from Mo Xen's divine body. It was a majestic and extremely pure power. It emerged from Mo Xen's divine body and merged into Chunzong's body. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into Chunzong's power. Divine power borrowing. This was a divine power that Mo Xen had taught Chunzong. It was a divine power unique to divine spirits. There were many benefits to forming a contract with a divine spirit. In addition to obtaining a power that the divine spirit had when he was alive, after the divine spirit awakened, he could also use divine power borrowing to borrow the power of the divine spirit. Even though it was only a small part of the power, it could greatly increase his own strength. However, the power of the divine spirit would bring a great burden to the body. If the body couldn't withstand it, the body would be seriously injured and even explode. As for how much divine spirit power one could withstand, it depended on the purity of one's cultivation base. The purer the cultivation base, the more divine spirit power one could withstand, and the more obvious the improvement would be. This was the first time Chunzong had used divine power borrowing, so he didn't unleash all of it. His aura rose steadily, layer by layer. Wisps of invisible sword chi condensed into a solid form and floated around Chunzong's body. They slowly rotated and emitted a terrifying sharpness that seemed to be able to penetrate everything. This was because the power of divine power borrowing was too strong. Chunzong couldn't fully control it for a while, causing it to leak out. Immediately after, the sword light converged into Chunzong's body, and his aura continued to grow, becoming more and more tyrannical. The sword body trembled. In an instant, the sword chi condensed into a solid form and emitted an extremely dazzling and resplendent light as it pierced through the air. The 10 destructive dark lightning finger forces that carried terrifying power were directly destroyed by the sword chi. The sword chi pierced through the air and directly attacked the high-level Yuanming cultivator. He couldn't block it. He couldn't resist this sword at all. All his power was penetrated, and the darkness that pervaded his body was also torn apart. Killed. The high-level Yuanming cultivator found it unbelievable that he was about to die. In this place, he could unleash the power of an 8-star level. He had originally suppressed his opponent, but what method had his opponent used to be able to unleash the power of an 8-star level and kill him instead? Unbelievable. However, there was no chance left. Under the sword chi, his soul was scattered and his body was destroyed. Yun Yinxin and Li Jiayin had also sensed the battle just now. However, the aura was too tyrannical and the gap between them was too great. In the face of such an aura, they couldn't even unleash much of their strength, let alone help Chunzong. At the same time, wisps of fragrance spread from the Tianming ancient tree. The Tianming fruit had ripened. Do it! Chunzong immediately reacted and hurriedly transmitted his voice to Yun Yinxin and Li Jiayin, telling them to quickly recover from their shock and quickly pick the Tianming fruit. Chapter 2282. The difference in cultivation allowed Chunzong to pick the Tianming fruits at an extremely fast speed. Almost in a flash of sword light, many Tianming fruits were collected by Chunzong. There were more Tianming fruits on this Tianming ancient tree. They did not count them, but at a rough glance, there were nearly 1,000 of them. Yun Yinxin and Li Jiayin used all their strength to pick the Tianming fruits continuously, but their efficiency was less than 1/10 of Chunzong's. Picking crazily. Along the way, they found several Tianming ancient trees, but only this one had ripened Tianming fruits. It was a rare opportunity. The fragrance was light, but it spread at an astonishing speed. Immediately, a powerful underworld beast came from afar. Its aura was astonishing. It was a high-level underworld beast. A high-level underworld beast was at the level of the magic realm. Its combat strength was amazing. Chunzong and the other two together could not defeat the high-level underworld beast. Feeling the aura of the high-level underworld beast approaching quickly, and there were still hundreds of Tianming fruits that had not been picked, Chunzong did not hesitate. He immediately transmitted a message to Yun Yinxin and Li Jiayin, asking them to retreat quickly. Although the Tianming fruits were good, they could only enjoy them if they were alive. It would be ridiculous if they were eaten by the underworld beast in one bite no matter how many Tianming fruits they obtained. Don't worry about picking the Tianming fruits. Just as Chunzong was about to speak, the divine spirit Mo-Xan spoke first. Immediately, he disappeared from Chunzong's heart palace. The next moment, Mo-Xan appeared above the Tianming ancient tree with his hands behind his back. His indifferent eyes were like the eyes of a divine spirit. Through the sky, he stared at the huge, terrifying figure in front of him that was approaching at lightning speed. It was a high-level flying underworld beast. Immediately after, Mo-Xan waved his right arm, and a black blade light appeared. The blade light was silent, and the moment he waved his arm, it slashed through the air at a speed faster than lightning, as if it had merged with the void. The speed of the black blade light was more than twice as fast as that of the high-level underworld beast. It directly slashed at the head of the high-level underworld beast, as if it was cutting through tofu. It directly broke through the extremely hard skull of the high-level underworld beast, crushed its brain, and shattered its spirit. After that, it went along its neck and into its huge body. Tremble. The high-grade underworld beast kept trembling, and its entire body was like a sieve. A series of strange explosions were heard, and in the next breath, the high-grade underworld beast let out a sorrowful cry and fell rapidly with its head facing down. Yun Yinxin and Li Jiayin didn't see this scene. They were wholeheartedly focused on picking the heavenly underworld fruit. Shenzong felt it. He was shocked by Senior Devil Heart's strength and quickly picked the heavenly underworld fruit. It should be known that after a Tao Venerate powerhouse entered the Divine Spirit tomb and transformed into a deity, what they retained was only a part of their memories and strength from when they were alive. Senior Devil Heart was indeed worthy of being the first Tao Venerate of the Heavenly Palace. His combat strength was extremely strong, and even after transforming into a deity, his strength was still very strong and could easily kill high-level underworld beasts. It was just unknown what level Senior Devil Heart's current combat strength was at. Under the protection of Moxin, Chunzong and the other two plucked nearly 1,000 heavenly underworld fruits. Chunzong had plucked the most heavenly underworld fruits, with more than 800. Yun Yinxin and Li Jiayin had plucked the same number of heavenly underworld fruits, with less than 100. However, the effect of the heavenly underworld fruit on Tao Manipulation Realm cultivators was much better than on Yuan Underworld Realm cultivators. For Yuan Underworld Realm cultivators, a heavenly underworld fruit could only stimulate about 1/10,000th of the potential that had been stimulated when they had just broken through to the Yuan Underworld Realm. However, for Tao Manipulation Realm cultivators, the effect was 10 times higher, and for Divine Ability Realm cultivators, the effect was 10 times lower. In any case, the Heavenly Underworld Fruit was still a good treasure for Tao Manipulation Realm, Yuan Underworld Realm, and Divine Ability Realm cultivators. Yun Yinxin and Li Jiayin were overjoyed that they had each gained something. Although there were many mysteries in the ancient Hadean ruins, it wasn't that easy to obtain them. They had been able to obtain such a harvest because they had relied on Shenzong, so they were very grateful. After killing the high-level underworld beast and plucking all the heavenly underworld fruits, there was no longer any fragrance, so it naturally wouldn't attract any underworld beasts. Moxion's figure flashed and returned to Chunzong's heart palace without being discovered by Yun Yinxin and Li Jiayin. As for the battle between Chunzong and the underworld realm cultivators, although they had sensed it, they didn't know how strong it was because of the great gap between their realms. After all, Yuan Underworld Realm cultivators were many times stronger than Tao Manipulation Realm cultivators. Chunzong took the storage artifacts of the two Underworld Realm cultivators and checked them. He found that there were many good things inside, but unfortunately, they were useful to the Underworld Realm cultivators and were useless to him. They also weren't easy to circulate, unless he sold them to other Underworld Realm cultivators. At present, they could only be kept as a collection. Chunzong, I have discussed it with Senior Sister Li. Given our strength, we will only be a burden to you if we go deeper, Yun Yinxin said to Chunzong. Therefore, Senior Sister Li and I should leave first. Yes, I'm already very satisfied with what I have gained so far, Li Jiayin said. Chunzong pondered for a moment and nodded. That was indeed the case. Although Yun Yinxin and Li Jiayin were geniuses and could be considered top prodigies, their current combat strength was indeed insufficient. They wouldn't be able to keep up with Chunzong's pace even if they broke through to the Yuan Underworld Realm, let alone the Tao controlling 9th Revolution and 11th Star Realm. After all, without the interference of the mental demons, Chunzong's regular combat strength was at the 6-star level and could reach the 7-star level when he unleashed his full power. Although a god had awakened and his combat strength was tyrannical, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't encounter greater danger if they went deeper. Chunzong couldn't guarantee that he would be able to protect the two of them when the time came. If he couldn't protect them, the consequences might be death. In that case, it was better to let them leave first. I will send you out first, Chunzong said. After sending Yun Yinxin and Li Jiayin out of the ancient Hadean ruins, Chenzong had originally planned to take out a portion of the Tianming fruit and give it to Yunyinxin. However, Moxion's words dispelled Chenzong's idea. Yunyinxin took out a high-grade void flying ship. Although it couldn't be compared to the escapee, it wasn't bad either. Li Jiayin entered the flying ship first, but Yunyinxin seemed a little reluctant to leave. The path of cultivation is long. A short separation is only for an eternal reunion in the future. Chenzong also felt a little reluctant to part, but he could see more clearly. Yunyinxin nodded. The ancient Hadean ruins are dangerous. Remember to be careful. Don't worry. When I come out, I will go to the Sacred Eyes Palace to find you. Chenzong smiled. It was a simple farewell with a restrained reluctance. Yunyinxin steered the flying ship away. Chenzong turned around and entered the dark vortex again, entering the ancient Hadean ruins. Now, he was alone, and the god's demon heart had awakened. Under the protection of cultivation, he had the capital to go deeper into the ancient Hadean ruins to look for more opportunities. Following the path just now, Chenzong soon came to the Tianming ancient tree where the three of them had picked all the Tianming fruits. This was the end of the three's journey, but it was also his new starting point in the ancient Hadean ruins. With a flash, Chenzong flew forward quickly. He saw the corpse of the high-grade underworld beast that had been killed by the god's demon heart. It was still emitting a terrifying aura, which made the weaker underworld beasts unable to get close to it. However, Chenzong blocked this terrifying residual pressure and kept approaching it. He used his sword to cut open the extremely tough body and took out the underworld nucleus. This was a high-grade underworld nucleus. Its value was amazing. I still need more Tianming fruits. After taking the high-grade underworld nucleus, Chenzong glanced around. His figure flashed and continued to look for the Tianming ancient tree. He also killed low-grade and mid-grade underworld beasts to take their underworld nuclei. According to Senior Demon Heart, after combining the Tianming fruit and the underworld nucleus, it could be refined into a Tianming pellet somewhere in the ancient Hadean ruins. The Tianming pellet's potential was many times better than the Tianming fruit. Therefore, Chenzong did not give the Tianming fruit to Yunyinxin. Instead, he planned to give some to her after refining the Tianming pellet. As for the dozens of Tianming fruits that Yunyinxin had obtained, to be honest, they were not very helpful in refining the Tianming pellet. It was better to let her take them back to stimulate her potential and cultivate properly. At the same time, she could also see if it could help awaken her bloodline. In addition to the underworld nuclei that he had obtained from killing underworld beasts, there were also some underworld nuclei in the storage artifacts of the two underworld cultivators from the refining Nether Territory, a top-grade star domain-level force. All of them became Chenzong's spoils of war. Back then, Demon Heart had entered the ancient Hadean ruins more than once. Therefore, he had a good understanding of the ancient Hadean ruins. After becoming a deity, even though he had lost part of his memory of the ancient Hadean ruins was basically intact. With the guidance of the Demon Heart, Chenzong used his divine thoughts to gradually construct a topographic map in the Divine Sea. It was an incomplete topographic map, and then he marked his location and so on. In this way, it was more convenient for him to move. Most of the Tianming ancient trees were about 1,000 meters tall. However, that was not the ultimate height of the Tianming ancient tree. As time passed, as long as it was not destroyed, the Tianming ancient tree could break its own limit and become a tree king. Now, Chenzong saw a Tianming ancient tree king that was more than 1,000 meters tall. It was about to reach 10,000 meters tall. The height of 10,000 meters was simply astonishing. It was even taller than a mountain. It was incomparably huge. Its branches and leaves covered a radius of tens of thousands of meters. It was like a dark sky that covered everything. Although Chenzong was surprised, he did not feel shocked. After all, the world's sacred tree was more than 10,000 meters tall. Even though he had not seen the complete world's sacred tree with his own eyes, through his memories, he felt as if he had been there. It was as if he had been transformed into the world's sacred tree. Compared to the world's sacred tree, the Tianming ancient tree king that was 10,000 meters tall was like a child compared to an adult. No, the gap was even greater. It was like a chick compared to an elephant. The gap was countless times larger. However, Chunzong was very happy. The Tianming fruit condensed by the Tianming ancient tree king was not something that could be compared to the Tianming fruit condensed by the Tianming ancient tree. There is no doubt that the effect of the Tianming fruit condensed by the tree king was far superior to that of the Tianming ancient tree. Chapter 2283. The limit of the Tianming ancient tree was 1,000 meters tall. If it didn't break the limit and become the tree king, it wouldn't reach 2,000 or 3,000 meters. Once it broke the limit, it would crazily absorb the nutrients around it and grow, reaching a new limit of 10,000 meters in a short period of time. As for how the Tianming ancient tree could break the limit, Chunzong didn't know, and neither did the demon heart. It wasn't worth delving into this point. The 10,000-meter tall tree king's branches and leaves covered a radius of tens of thousands of meters, like a huge umbrella covering the sky and the sun. Each leaf was more than 5 or 6 times larger than the leaves of an ordinary Tianming ancient tree. When Chunzong stepped into the coverage of the tree king, he immediately felt something different. The aura was very cold, 20 to 30% colder than outside the shade of the tree. Whether it was the density or the purity of the nether chi here, it was 20 to 30% higher than outside. This was brought about by the tree king. The Tianming ancient tree could absorb the nether chi around it. The absorption effect of ordinary Tianming ancient trees was relatively weak, but the absorption effect of the tree king was amazing. In addition to feeling that the nether chi here was denser and purer, Chunzong also felt a chill that seemed to emerge from the deepest part of his body and quickly spread along his spine. He was being targeted. He was being targeted by a powerful underworld beast. Its cold and cruel gaze was fixed on Chunzong, making Chunzong's hair stand on end. He felt as if a slippery, poisonous snake was coiling around his body. It was a python that was coiled around a tree trunk about 1,000 meters away from Chunzong. Its body was even thicker than Chunzong's entire body. The patterns on its body were dark and deep, densely packed, and looked very complicated. Anyone who saw it would feel dazzled. If one's willpower wasn't strong enough, they might even feel dizzy. However, Chunzong didn't feel dizzy, but his expression was solemn. A high-level underworld beast. This was a high-level underworld beast, a giant python. The giant python's shattered scarlet eyes stared at Chunzong. Its huge forked tongue continuously flickered as its huge body slowly slid across the incomparably huge tree trunk, gradually approaching Chunzong. An extremely terrifying sense of danger was approaching. If it was before, Chunzong would have immediately exploded with his fastest speed to escape. But now there was no need for that. Instead, a bright light shot out from his eyes as he stared at the giant python. Nether beasts had a strong sense of territory. The heavenly underworld fruit, even the heavenly underworld king fruit, was of no help to a top-level nether beast. After all, it was equivalent to a Tao master. Therefore, the underworld beast that occupied the ancient heaven underworld tree king was only a high-level underworld beast and not a top-level one. However, it was a very powerful high-level underworld beast. Otherwise, it would not have been able to occupy such an excellent place of mystery like the ancient heaven underworld tree king. It should be known that the nether chi here was richer and purer than in other places, which was conducive to the cultivation and improvement of the underworld beasts. Moreover, the heavenly underworld king fruit condensed by the ancient heaven underworld tree king was many times more effective than the heavenly underworld fruit, and it was more helpful to the underworld beasts. It was the instinct of the beasts to occupy a mountain and make a boundary, especially the powerful ones. Now, Chunzong had entered the territory of the ancient heaven underworld tree king, which was tantamount to invading the territory of this powerful high-level underworld beast, the giant python. He had angered it, and it also regarded Chunzong as food and was about to eat him. The slowly moving giant python suddenly trembled and shot out. Its huge body instantly shot out like lightning. Like a black lightning bolt, it directly closed in on Chunzong. It opened its bloody mouth, and a foul stench assaulted Chunzong's face. It was like a stinking storm that swept over, causing Chunzong to suffocate. Retreat. In an instant, Chunzong used the instantaneous space sword technique and turned into a sword light, escaping into the void and rapidly retreating. However, although the instantaneous space sword technique was mysterious and amazing, the gap between the Yuan underworld stage and the transcendent stage was too great. Chunzong discovered that no matter how he escaped, the bloody mouth was still chasing after him. It was as if it was rapidly closing in on him as he escaped into the void. Chunzong did not panic, as Senior Imo-Xan had appeared. He stood in the void with his hands behind his back. His indifferent eyes were like the eyes of a god, as if he could see through the giant python. The giant python's bloody mouth suddenly bit down, but Imo-Xan waved one of his arms and slashed out a pitch-black blade light like a demonic blade. The blade light was peerless and unparalleled, sweeping everything before it. Chunzong could only see a streak of pitch-black saber light shooting out. It seemed very mysterious, but he couldn't tell how mysterious it was. In the next moment, its bloody mouth paused for a moment, and the python's astonishing body suddenly trembled. Strange sounds came from its body, and in the end, as if its spine had been pulled out, it became limp and fell directly from the tree trunk. This was a very thick python that was more than 100 meters long. Even if it was killed, its corpse still exuded an astonishing pressure that would not dissipate in a short period of time. Thank you, Senior. Chunzong expressed his gratitude to Devil Heart. I am your contracted deity. When you run into danger that you can't resist, I will naturally lend you a hand, the Devil's Heart smiled. This 1,000-tattoo Pluto is a top-notch high-level underworld beast. Its combat prowess is probably at the peak of the 11th star of the Transcendent Realm. Chunzong was shocked when he heard that. Peak 11 stars of the Transcendent Realm. If he was hit by this kind of combat prowess, he would die without a doubt. However, Senior Devil Heart could kill it with a single slash. This kind of strength was at least at the peak of the 12th star of the Transcendent Realm. But looking at the way it was played down, it didn't seem to be as simple as the Transcendent Realm. He took out the dark nucleus from the 1,000-tattoo Pluto's body with ease. It was larger than the previous dark nucleus, and the power contained in it was more majestic and violent. In addition to the harvest of this high-level dark nucleus, what made Chunzong even more excited were the fruits hanging on the tree. Each fruit was the size of a human head, and its color was dark purple, and it was constantly deepening. It was not yet mature, but it was approaching maturity. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before it completely matured. This was the Tianming King fruit born by the Tree King. It had many times the effect of the Tianming fruit, and it was also quite effective for the Transcendent Realm. It was far more valuable than the Tianming fruit. Wait. Without hesitation, Chunzong made a decision. He must wait and get these Tianming King fruits. Unfortunately, Chunzong found that the number of Tianming King fruits was not many, only a few hundred. Such a big Tianming Ancient Tree King could only produce a few hundred Tianming King fruits. The yield was really low. However, the effect of a few hundred Tianming King fruits was definitely better than 10 times the number of Tianming King fruits. After Chunzong took out the dark nucleus, the tyrannical pressure emitted by the 1,000-tattoo Pluto's corpse dissipated much faster. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the pressure completely dissipated. At that time, other nether beasts would come to fight for the Tianming Ancient Tree King and make it their own territory. Chunzong restrained his aura and sat on a wide and thick trunk, comprehending and cultivating the 3 intents of heart. The One Heart Sutra is really a mysterious technique. Devil Heart was secretly amazed. When he was alive, there were only 4 palaces in the Heavenly Palace, and there was no One Heart Palace. At that time, The One Heart Sutra had not been created yet. Judging from Devil Heart's realm, the One Heart Sutra was indeed very mysterious and amazing. If he was alive, he would also want to cultivate it, but now he couldn't. Now he was a divine spirit formed by the combination of his remnant soul and mind. He couldn't master any new techniques, divine abilities, and so on. Whatever strength he had now, he would still have the same strength in the future. This was something that couldn't be changed. However, this didn't hinder Devil Heart from comprehending the mysteries of other techniques and divine abilities. It was like watching the process of making a delicious food and smelling its flavor. Not long after, when 1,000-2 Pluto's pressure completely dissipated, Nether beasts immediately rushed over from afar. The Tree King's attractive force was very attractive to Nether beasts. The Tree King was 10,000 meters tall and extremely hard. Middle-level Nether beasts couldn't damage it at all, and high-level Nether beasts also couldn't damage it. Chunzong didn't immediately attack, and neither did Devil Heart, because there was more than one Nether beast approaching. It was a good opportunity for them to fight and determine the winner. When the winner was about to divide the Tree King into his own territory, he would suddenly find Chunzong and Senior Devil Heart, who was invincible. It would be very exciting. Chunzong couldn't help but think to himself. He realized that he had a little bad taste. The battle was intense. The Nether beasts were huge. Once they fought, the momentum was astonishing. Middle-level Nether beasts didn't dare to approach because the pressure of high-level Nether beasts was too strong. At this time, a huge Nether lion that was hundreds of meters in size appeared. The lion's body was pitch black, burning with raging Nether fire. The aura it emitted was incomparably powerful. Its eyes were deep and dark, and a pair of fangs protruded out. It looked extremely ferocious. With the appearance of this giant lion, the other Nether beasts trembled. In the end, the giant lion drove away or killed the other Nether beasts and occupied the Tree King as its own territory. This was another top high-level Nether beast. It wasn't inferior to the 1,000-2 Nether Python that originally occupied the Tree King. This kind of Nether beast perception was amazing. It immediately sensed the existence of Chunzong and immediately let out a terrifying roar in the direction where Chunzong was. Layers of sound waves carried a terrifying power that could destroy dry weeds and smashed rotten wood, bombarding directly like a destructive storm. Chunzong's hair stood on end. In front of this terrifying sound wave, he felt that he was going to be destroyed directly. At the critical moment, he still had to rely on Senior Devil Heart. It couldn't be helped. A top high-level Nether beast was equivalent to a top Transcendent Realm Elite. The gap between Chunzong and a Transcendent Realm Elite was still too big. As soon as Devil Heart appeared, he waved one of his arms. It turned into a pitch-black saber light that instantly broke through the air and slashed out. It directly split the layers of sound waves that were bombarding in an incomparably violent manner. The power contained in the saber light was extremely shocking. When it split the layers of sound waves, it also shattered the sound waves. It couldn't affect Chunzong at all. Like a hot knife through butter, the saber light slashed across the sky and killed the Nether lion directly. Chapter 2284. Roar. The roar shook the heavens and earth. That was a powerful underworld beast announcing its territory. That's right, the Tree King was once again occupied by a powerful underworld beast. However, the fruits on the tree had all disappeared because the moment they ripened, Chunzong had plucked them all and put them into the Nine Heavens ring. In addition to harvesting hundreds of Tianming King fruits, Chunzong also obtained many middle and high-level underworld nuclei. It was a rich harvest. When Chunzong left the Tianming Ancient Tree King, other underworld beasts appeared and fought for the territory. In the end, a powerful high-level underworld beast won. Although the roar was heard from afar and carried a kind of majestic aura, Chunzong did not return. Instead, he continued to move forward. There were many underworld beasts in the underworld. The deeper he went, the more there were. The underworld beasts that were most likely to be encountered in the periphery were basically low-level underworld beasts. When he went deeper, he would encounter mid-level underworld beasts. When he went deeper, he would easily encounter high-level underworld beasts. As for top-level underworld beasts, there were very few of them. After all, they were at the level of Town Master. Every top-level underworld beast stayed in the deepest part of the ancient netherworld ruins, where the environment made them feel more comfortable. Super underworld beasts above the top-level underworld beast, which was equivalent to the terrifying underworld beast at the level of Sovereign Realm, were extremely rare and rare. The divine spirit demon heart was located in Chunzong's heart palace. As Chunzong hurried along, he cultivated and comprehended at the same time. It was equivalent to saying that he was in a state of cultivation all the time. It should be known that most cultivators had limited time to cultivate. When they were hurrying along or doing other things, they could not comprehend or cultivate. Even if there were some special cultivation methods that could be operated on their own, the effect would not be as good as concentrating on cultivating wholeheartedly. Chunzong was different. In other words, the One Heart Sutra was so mysterious. Of course, other than the One Heart Sutra, it was also because Chunzong's mental strength was several times stronger than cultivators of the same level. His recovery speed was originally very fast, and after being strengthened again and again, now that he had a second mental strength under the 3 Heart Sutras, his recovery speed surpassed his consumption speed. Chunzong tried to use the 4 minds at one time and found that although the consumption of the 4 minds at one time was higher, his recovery speed was almost catching up. If there was no danger, he could maintain the 4 minds at one time for a period of time, and the effect of cultivating and comprehending would be better. At the mid-level of the Yuanming realm, Chunzong started to cultivate the 13th layer of the Trayastrimsa in 10 Heart Palace and forged the 13th Heart Palace. Once the Heart Palace was completed, the power of his mind would rise again and his recovery speed would also increase. Perhaps at that time, he would be able to activate the 4 states of mind at any time, and the recovery speed of his mind power would be able to keep up with the speed of consumption. According to Senior Imo-Xin, if he wanted to fuse the Tianming fruit with the dark core and refine the Tianming pill, he would have to go deep into the ancient netherworld ruins and find the nether purgatory divine refining flame. He would have to rely on the nether purgatory divine refining flame to fuse the Tianming fruit with the nether purgatory divine refining flame. Finally, he would extract the essence and fuse it into the Tianming pill. It sounded easy, but it wasn't easy to do it. Imo-Xin had once found the location of the nether purgatory divine refining flame. It was quite deep in the ancient netherworld ruins, but many years had passed and his memory was damaged, so he wasn't that clear. He only had a general direction. Deeper, deeper, and deeper. The nether chi was getting denser. Immediately, Chunzong found that the color of the ground under his feet was different from before. It looked even darker and deeper. Be careful. You have already entered the underworld. Imo-Xin suddenly reminded him. The underworld. Chunzong frowned slightly. Previously, Chunzong had read a lot of information about the ancient netherworld ruins in some of the ancient books in the Sky Palace. The underworld was equivalent to a force in the ancient netherworld ruins. If divided by forces, the nether beast belonged to one of them, and the underworld belonged to another force. The ones who occupied the underworld or built the underworld were the nether dwellers transformed from cultivators. The nether dwellers that Chunzong had killed before were from the underworld. Now, Chunzong had stepped into the nether dwellers' lair. It was very dangerous. The nether dwellers not only had low-level and middle-level nether dwellers, but also had high-level nether dwellers and top-level nether dwellers. As for whether there was a transcendent nether dweller of the sovereign realm, Chunzong didn't know. Chunzong had encountered several nether dwellers before. He didn't know why, but they seemed to be very active, but they were all killed by Chunzong's sword. Now that he had stepped into the underworld, the possibility of encountering nether dwellers was greater, which would undoubtedly bring a lot of trouble and obstruction to his actions. But so what? With a goal in front of him and enough ability, he naturally wouldn't be afraid and retreat. He continued to go deeper, but Chunzong's actions were more cautious and more secretive. However, this was the underworld after all, the territory of the Nether Dwellers. The Nether Dwellers were everywhere, and no matter how Chunzong hid himself, he couldn't fit in with this place. In the end, he was unavoidably discovered. Cultivators, take them back. The three Nether Dwellers were all middle-level Nether Dwellers, but the aura emitted by one of them made Chunzong feel very frightened. It was obviously a Nether Dweller with the combat strength of the middle-level Nether Dwellers. As for the other two Nether Dwellers, their combat strength wasn't low either. In an instant, the three Nether Dwellers quickly attacked from the left, middle, and right sides. Obviously, their combat strength was strong, but they didn't hesitate to attack and didn't look down on him at all. It was like a lion using its full strength to catch a rabbit. Divine Spirit borrowing power. Without hesitation, Chunzong immediately used the power of his mind to form a seal, which turned into a channel to borrow power from Demon Heart's Divine Spirit. If it were only the two middle-level Nether Dwellers, Chunzong felt that he could rely on his own combat strength to fight them. However, the third Nether Dweller's combat strength was extremely strong, which was completely beyond the 8-star level. He had to borrow the power of Senior Demon Heart. A strong and extremely pure power unceasingly poured into his body and merged with his own power. The power that poured into his body came from the Divine Spirit. It was the power of the Divine Spirit, which was much more powerful than Chunzong's own cultivation strength. However, it didn't take the initiative to destroy Chunzong's own cultivation strength. Instead, it unceasingly merged with Chunzong's cultivation strength, which made his cultivation strength grow crazily temporarily. This time, the power of the Divine Spirit borrowing power was much more powerful than the last time. Chunzong could feel that his body seemed to be constantly expanding, as if it was being blown up. However, in fact, Chunzong's body didn't change at all. It was still the same size. However, because the power was extremely strong and filled his body, Chunzong had an illusion that his body was about to expand. Wisps of sword chi appeared around him, becoming denser and denser. It was because the power that poured into his body was so vast that Chunzong couldn't completely control it, which led to the leakage phenomenon. The sword chi condensed and hovered around his body. There were hundreds of wisps of sword chi. Each wisp of sword chi was like a small sword made of snow-white fine steel, which emitted a terrifying cold light. This uncontrollable power couldn't be absorbed into his body, but Chunzong could barely control it. Then, it violently shot forward like a rainstorm, shooting toward the Nether Dweller with tyrannical combat strength, who was approaching from middle. Each wisp of sword chi contained an extremely terrifying power, which was astonishingly sharp, making the Nether Dweller feel cold all over. Boom! With a push of his palm, the nether chi that could topple mountains and overturn seas surged and blasted toward the hundreds of wisps of sword chi. At the moment of contact, the surging nether chi was penetrated, but the nether chi continued to surge, layer after layer, as if it was endless. The sword chi shattered one after another. Chunzong's figure flashed, and he controlled the extremely tyrannical power that seemed to be about to burst his body into the ultimate heart phaseless sword. This sword was connected to his blood and life. When the power poured into it, the ultimate heart phaseless sword's body shook incessantly. He swung the sword. Two wisps of sword chi turned into a crescent moon, which tore through the void and directly attacked the two Nether Dwellers on the left and right. The power of these two swords directly reached the combat strength of a 9-star origin demon. Although the two Nether Dwellers weren't weak, they only had the combat strength of a 6-star intermediate demon. In the face of these two overwhelming sword chi, they had no ability to resist at all. The sword chi swept across the sky, and the terrifying sword pressure cut open the ground. At the same time, it also split open the bodies of the two Nether Dwellers, which were thousands of meters away, leaving behind a ghastly sword mark that was thousands of meters long. It still emitted extremely terrifying sword chi fluctuations. Shenzong frowned slightly. After all, it wasn't his power, so he couldn't control it perfectly and freely. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a situation where he killed the target with a much stronger combat strength. That was undoubtedly an action of wasting power. Of course, at this moment, with the help of the divine power, his powers seemed to be endless, and he didn't need to consider the consumption of power at all. However, he would habitually control his own power and try his best to display 20% or even 30% of the power. Hundreds of sword chi were all shattered. The Nether Dweller, who had tyrannical combat strength, was extremely furious. He hadn't expected that two of his companions would be killed in just one exchange. With a furious roar, he pushed out his palm, and a whistling sound resounded through heaven and earth, shocking and extremely terrifying all directions. Endless cold nether chi condensed and transformed into a huge pitch-black palm print that emitted an extremely terrifying chill. It froze the surroundings, causing Shenzong to feel suffocated. His body trembled unconsciously, and even his origin spirit felt like it was being frozen. Slash! Endless power poured into the long sword. As the sword trembled, it swept up an extremely terrifying sword chi that tore through the sky like an extremely bright waning moon, cutting through everything. The moment the sword chi and the palm print collided, they both paused. Then, the sword chi shattered, and the palm print was also shattered. Instant space, sword evasion. The moment Shenzong swung his sword, he turned into a sword chi. The speed of his sword was astonishing. In an instant, he tore through the air and swept past the Nether Dweller. The sword chi was extremely swift and fierce, and it broke the nether chi that surged around the Nether Dweller. As the sword chi rolled, Shenzong seemed to have stepped out from it and turned around to slash with his sword. This slash had surpassed the level of the 9 stars of the middle stage and directly reached the 10 stars of the middle stage. The extremely tyrannical power made Shenzong's sword-holding arm shake. This was because the power was too tyrannical and difficult to control, and the burden was obvious. It couldn't be blocked. This slash couldn't be blocked at all. This Nether Dweller had tyrannical combat strength, but it was only at the 9 stars of the middle stage. Chapter 2285. The 3 mid-level Nether Dwellers all had storage divine artifacts like spatial rings, and Shenzong had obtained some gains from them. Heavenly Underworld Fruit. Dark Nuclei. Although there were not many, they were extra trophies. The Underworld was the territory of the Dark Dwellers. Although Shenzong was very cautious and sneaked in to find the infernal purgatory divine, refining fire, he was inevitably discovered. It was almost impossible for cultivators and dark dwellers to coexist peacefully. Fight! Fortunately, the dark dwellers at the level of Tao Master stayed in the deepest part of the underworld and would not appear easily. Even if they appeared, they would not necessarily encounter them. Even if a dark dweller at the peak of the high realm appeared, he was still not the opponent of senior Immortal. There were hundreds of dark nuclei in the storage device of this dark dweller, which was more abundant than Shenzong's previous harvest. There were also thousands of heavenly underworld fruits. Shenzong also found a 5-legged cauldron, which was as tall as a person. It was pitch black and emitted a strong dark aura. This is an alchemy cauldron, but not an ordinary one. Immortal felt it and said, "It's just right for you to find the infernal purgatory divine refining fire and refine the heavenly underworld pellet. Little guy, you're lucky." Shenzong also felt that his luck seemed to be good. In fact, he had an alchemy cauldron, but it was not as good as the 5-legged cauldron in front of him. After putting it away, Shenzong continued to move forward, still lurking. Gradually, Shenzong sensitively perceived that in addition to the cold aura of the dark aura, there was also a trace of heat in the air. This trace of heat was very strange, as if it was extremely cold and also extremely hot. The cold was the feeling of the body, and the heat was the feeling of the primordial spirit. This is the aura of the infernal purgatory divine, refining fire. Moxin pondered and said. After many years, he still remembered the aura of the infernal purgatory divine, refining fire. This also showed that Chunzong was very close to the infernal purgatory divine, refining fire. Relying on his super perception, Chunzong kept moving forward. The deeper he went, the more obvious and intense the cold and hot fluctuation was. The source of the aura was in the ground. There was a cave directly leading to the ground. However, there were underworld dwellers guarding the cave. In other words, the nether hell god refinement flame wasn't without an owner, and this had undoubtedly increased the difficulty. Let's go, Demon Heart said without hesitation. Chunzong pondered for a moment. Since they were already here, there was no reason for them to retreat. Chunzong's figure flashed. He didn't use the god's spirit borrowing power. Instead, he turned into a beam of sword light and merged with the void. In the next moment, he appeared next to the two dark dwellers who were guarding the underground cave. He waved his sword and killed them. It was true that borrowing the power of the gods could bring him extremely tyrannical and vast power. It was incomparably tyrannical and endless, but also made him lose perfect control over his own power. Previously, when he used the instant space sword technique, he could only transform into a streak of sword light and was unable to enter the void. This was because he was unable to completely control his power. At the same time, the heart-refining sword technique and the Great World Sword technique were also affected. Of course, the powerful power made Chunzong feel very comfortable. He could crush his opponents with his power. However, he would lose the absolute control over his own power. He couldn't use his supernatural martial arts to the fullest. This made Chunzong feel very uncomfortable. In all honesty, Chunzong preferred the latter. Therefore, before he met a strong enemy that he couldn't defeat, Chunzong wouldn't use the god spirit borrowing power. After Demon Heart had killed the 4 high-level dark dwellers guarding the entrance of the cave, Chunzong turned into a beam of sword light and entered the cave. He kept going down. The deeper he went, the more obvious and intense the aura of the nether hell god refinement flame became. The tunnel was crooked and twisted, and it was estimated that it went on for about 1,000 meters before it finally reached the end. It was a lake that looked like black lava. It was at least a few hundred meters in radius, and wisps of faint black flames were burning on the surface of the black lava lake, as if they were shadows. Is that the nether hell god refinement flame? Chunzong whispered. No, those aren't the real nether hell god refinement flames. Those are the real nether hell god refinement flames, Demon Heart said. Moxin said. Chunzong glanced over and saw a few pitch-black flames floating above the black lava lake. They were drifting slowly, and a chilling and scorching aura was constantly emanating from them. With his super keen perception, Chunzong could feel the amazing power contained in those 3 flames. Now, my purple world star dragon flame has broken through to the mid-tier divine flame level. However, it's only at the first level of the mid-tier. It's only at the level of a 1-star origin demon realm cultivator. It can't help me much now. Chunzong thought quickly. The purple world star dragon flame can devour other divine flames to improve itself. It can also obtain the characteristics of other divine flames. Moreover, he had mastered the flaming dragon breath cultivation technique. This was a very advanced divine flame cultivation technique. The purple world star dragon flame was refined from this technique. Therefore, the possibility of him absorbing and refining the nether hell god refinement flames was very high. Murderous intent swept out from the underground tunnel. Chunzong knew that the dark dwellers had come. He had killed 2 dark dwellers guarding the underground tunnel. It was only a matter of time before he was discovered, so he wasn't surprised. You can refine the heavenly underworld pellet at ease. Demon Heart's voice rang out. Immediately after, he took a step forward. As if he had traveled through time and space, he directly stepped out of Chunzong's body. Step by step, he stepped out of the void and walked towards the underground tunnel. Demon Heart stood in the air with his hands behind his back. He faced the tunnel directly. There were balls of extremely blazing nether chi surging over like a tide. It was as if they wanted to destroy everything. Chunzong felt a sense of fear at first glance. This meant that the dark dwellers inside had tyrannical battle strength. They weren't something he could resist. However, Demon Heart's arm was like a knife. With a light stroke, a pitch-black blade light broke through the air. It was as light as a feather, like a butterfly. It was incredibly sharp and domineering. The dark dwellers and the surging nether chi were frightened, but they couldn't dodge. One blade slashed into the surging nether chi. They didn't even have time to scream before they were all killed. Demon Heart grabbed in the void, and storage divine tools quickly flew over. With Demon Heart blocking the dark dwellers, Chunzong could refine the heavenly underworld pellet without any distractions. Demon Heart had taught Chunzong how to refine the heavenly underworld pellet. With Chunzong's superb comprehension and absolute control of his own body, it wasn't difficult for him to learn it. He took out the five-legged cauldron. This cauldron might have been left by the dark dwellers in the Middle Age. It had the ability to attract and bear the dark dwellers' flames. Chunzong's hands patted the cauldron in a strange pattern, making a series of muffled sounds. In an instant, the lid of the cauldron flew up. His mind flickered, and some heavenly underworld fruits and a low-grade dark nucleus were thrown into it. Then, he summoned the purple world star dragon flame, hovering at the entrance of the cauldron. Instantly, the three drifting netherworld purgatory divine flames felt the fluctuation of the purple world star dragon flame's aura. They immediately swam in this direction. The divine flames would devour and absorb each other to improve themselves. It was like a law, a rule. Using other divine flames to attract the netherworld purgatory divine flames was the most direct way. If Chunzong hadn't mastered the divine flames, Demon Heart would have taught him another way, but it would be more troublesome. Among the three netherworld purgatory divine flames, one was the closest and the fastest. Without hesitation, it rushed to the five-legged cauldron, pouncing on the purple world star dragon flame like a wolf. This netherworld purgatory divine flame's power was many times stronger than the purple world star dragon flame. Chunzong estimated that it was a mid-grade divine flame at the 4th or 5th level. The purple domain star dragon flame nimbly dodged the attack of the nether prison divine refining flame. At the same time, a tyrannical force fell, pushing the nether prison divine refining flame into the five-legged cauldron. Then, it closed the lid to prevent the nether prison divine refining flame from escaping. The mid-grade divine flames didn't have any intelligence. Even the high-grade divine flames had more instinct than intelligence. Only when they reached the level of the top-grade divine flames would they have real intelligence, which didn't belong to humans. After the purple world star dragon flame was taken by Chunzong, it lost its target. The other two netherworld purgatory divine flames didn't continue to come to Chunzong. Fire-controlling seal. Chunzong's hands quickly formed seals, falling on the five-legged cauldron. He temporarily borrowed the power of the cauldron to control the netherworld purgatory divine flame to refine the low-grade dark nucleus and the heavenly underworld fruit. With his strong perception, Chunzong could accurately sense everything in the cauldron. The netherworld purgatory divine flame's resistance was nothing to worry about. Chunzong quickly took control of it and began to refine the low-grade dark nucleus and the heavenly underworld fruit. Taking the essence and removing the impurities, he merged the essences into one. Then, a trace of the netherworld purgatory divine flame's aura was mixed into it. Finally, the heavenly underworld pellet was formed. Not long after, the refining was completed, but it failed. This was Chunzong's first time refining, so it was reasonable that he failed. Chunzong was also prepared for failure. Because of this, he took out the low-grade dark nucleus and the ordinary heavenly underworld fruit to refine. It was equivalent to familiarizing himself with it, practicing, and gaining enough experience. Failure was not terrible. He could try again. The second time, he failed again, but Chunzong gained more experience. The third time, he failed again, but gained more experience. The fourth time, success. A heavenly underworld pellet appeared in the cauldron, motionless. It was not burned by the netherworld purgatory divine flame. Of course, it was also because Chunzong controlled the netherworld purgatory divine flame. Opening the lid, Chunzong took out the heavenly underworld pellet and quickly closed the lid to prevent the netherworld purgatory divine flame from escaping. He was only temporarily controlling the netherworld purgatory divine flame with the help of the cauldron and the fire-controlling seal. The heavenly underworld pellet was about the size of a pigeon's egg. It was round and black, and its surface was covered with inconspicuous patterns. If one did not look carefully, it would be difficult to see clearly. However, under Chunzong's eyes, the patterns were very clear. This was a low-grade heavenly underworld pellet, made from 10 heavenly underworld fruits and 1 low-grade dark nucleus. Its effect was far better than the combination of 10 heavenly underworld fruits. Putting away the low-grade heavenly underworld pellet, Chunzong took out 10 heavenly underworld fruits and low-grade dark nuclei and continued to refine. First, he refined them one by one to ensure the success rate and gain experience. Then, he refined them in batches. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.